Chapter 1624. Marrying Princess Huixia Soul Strength. In the middle of the sandstorm, Emperor Peerless' facial expression changed drastically. He sensed danger. He couldn't block soul strength. Tianling Tablet. Heavenly Monarch Wu Shuang anxiously roared and the sandstorm dispersed, forming a huge brown ancient tablet in front of the heavenly tomb pangolin. Gotcha! The brown tablet broke apart. It couldn't block the soul strength attack, but luckily, because of the tablet, the silent deadly dagger became much dimmer. It penetrated into Emperor Peerless' brain. He coughed up blood and was blown away. Then he fainted. When he crashed to the ground, the crowd remained silent. Heavenly Emperor Unparalleled seemed to have been defeated. A cultivator of the 8th Saint Layer had fought against a cultivator of the 4th Saint Layer, and in the end, he had lost. The most important thing was that his opponent was a celestial emperor. What a guy! The strong cultivators of the human world looked at Lin Ling. It was the first time they had seen such a terrifying soul strength. The disciples of Champion University were dumbstruck. At the beginning, they had thought that Emperor Peerless had been too careless when fighting against Lin Ling. But now, even if Emperor Peerless hadn't been careless, he still couldn't compete with Lin Ling. At this moment there was complete silence. It was obvious that Lin Ling's strength had shocked everyone, and it was too intense. That guy's strength has increased again. Even the 9 spirits of heaven were astonished. They didn't know when Lin Ling had become so strong. He has so many trump cards, but his cultivation level isn't high. If his cultivation level increases, he'll become even more terrifying, said Baiyun Tiandi. Pa! Lin Ling floated down from the sky and glanced at the students of Champion University coldly. Nobody dared look at him in the eyes. The crowd was shaking from head to toe. In fact, they did not know that Lin Ling's soul power had been depleted, and the power of the Holy Sea had been exhausted. The only thing that was powerful was his physical body. Even so, no one dared to provoke him. At least, they were not qualified to do so among the disciples of the mortal world. Emperor of the Fire Clan, how strong am I? In the silence, Lin Ling said faintly. The Emperor of the Fire Clan's eyes were twinkling. Last time, Lin Ling had told him that if he wanted to fight against Emperor Peerless, Lin Ling wouldn't be afraid. Back then, the Emperor of the Fire Clan had thought it was a joke, but now it wasn't a joke. You're a genius who cultivates 3 things at the same time. You have more potential than we thought. Even if Emperor Peerless is prepared, he won't be able to defeat you unless he uses your soul strength first. The Fire Race Monarch said indifferently. This was a very fair evaluation. Lin Ling could shake Heavenly Monarch Wu Shuang because of his soul power. If his soul power was exhausted, then Lin Ling would not be Heavenly Monarch Wu Shuang's opponent. So, Emperor Peerless and I, who is stronger? Asked Lin Ling, nodding. The Emperor of the Fire Clan frowned. What did Lin Ling want to ask? You are a bit more powerful. The Fire Clan Emperor replied honestly. This was something that everyone saw, so even if he lied, it was useless. So, I'm more qualified than Emperor Peerless to marry Princess Huixia, said Lin Ling. Boom. The crowd's heart exploded. They finally knew Lin Ling's goal. He wanted to defeat Emperor Peerless and marry Princess Huixia. That's for sure. The Emperor of the Fire Clan didn't say anything, but a giant from the mortal world spoke up. It was the king of the northern desert. Apparently, the strong cultivator who guarded the zone of demons was also convinced by Lin Ling. I think so too. The Supreme Immortal Emperor also spoke, causing many people to nod in agreement. As for the E-Clan people, their faces were ugly. To Heavenly Emperor Peerless, this was a huge humiliation. Then let me ask again. Compared to Emperor Peerless' betrothal gift, the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light, how is my ability? Asked Lin Ling. His words made all the members of the Fire Clan excited. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's ability was more precious. Although the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light could transform ordinary warriors into giants of the human world, Lin Ling's ability could enhance the talent of all the members of the Fire Clan and transform them into giants of the human world. It's you, said the Emperor of the Fire Clan excitedly. He suddenly understood why Lin Ling asked these questions. Emperor Peerless can't compete with me in terms of strength. Emperor Peerless can't compete with me in terms of betrothal gifts. So let me ask you, between me and Emperor Peerless, who is more worthy of Princess Huixia? Lin Ling looked at the crowd and asked. Everyone was silent. Wasn't this an obvious fact? Of course it's you, Lin Ling, said the leader of the human world with a smile. He seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's intention. This Lin Ling was very courageous. In order to marry Princess Huixia, he actually defeated Emperor Peerless. Moreover, his ability suppressed the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light. If he wasn't worthy, then who was? Then who among you can compete with me? Lin Ling didn't seem to know what everyone was thinking. He shouted again. At this moment he was shining with a glorious light. Who could compete with Lin Ling? His words were domineering and contemptuous. The disciples of the human world had ugly expressions. However, they couldn't refute him. At this moment the blue-robed youth was blooming with the most dazzling light. No one of the younger generation here could compete with him. Compared to him, the disciples of the human world were like toads. Haha, worthy of being my good son-in-law. So courageous, so outstanding. This is the peerless genius that my Fire Clan yearns for the most. The Fire Clan Emperor stood up. If he still didn't understand Lin Ling's words, then he would be a fool. Lin Ling was snatching the bride in front of everyone. He was proving that Princess Huixia belonged to him. At this moment, Princess Huixia's charming face turned red. She felt proud. Lin Ling had proven so much in order to pursue her. And now everyone recognized Lin Ling's pride. Then this pride also belonged to her. She had never thought that there would be a day where a man would sweep through the entire human world in order to marry her. This was every woman's dream. And now her dream had come true. This was the peerless hero that she was looking forward to. Princess Huixia, am I worthy of you? Lin Ling looked at Princess Huixia and asked indifferently. You're a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. Even the big shots of the human world are praising you. You're naturally worthy of me. Moreover, your ability can improve my innate talent. You're not only worthy of me, you're even prouder than me. Princess Huixia revealed a happy smile. She was saying in front of everyone that her husband was such an all-powerful character. If you want to marry me, then let's do it today, Princess Huixia said again. At this moment it was as if she was experiencing marriage for the first time. She was shy like a young girl. Scoundrel, does he want to marry my sister? In the crowd, Princess Huiling lowered her head sadly. There were tears in her big eyes. When she heard that Lin Ling was going to be killed by the Fire Clan Emperor, she was the first to save Lin Ling. At that time, her sister was enjoying the envious gazes of everyone. She didn't care about Lin Ling. Therefore, she couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. In the 9 spirits of heaven, Bai Yuntiandi also frowned. He couldn't understand why Lin Ling had come here in such a high-profile manner. Was it to suppress all the heroes and marry Princess Huixia? Everyone was congratulating the two of them. They thought that Lin Ling and Princess Huixia were a match made in heaven. Only on the side of Supreme Xiandi, Prince Xiaoyao revealed a sneer. This guy's intention is really hard to understand. But now that he's brought out so many things, it's time for a good show. Chapter 1625. Annul the marriage. Emperor of the Fire Tribe, where's the dowry? At this time, Lin Ling suddenly said with a smile, 9 Dragons Jade Exhibition. This is the dowry of the Fire Tribe. The Emperor of the Fire Tribe's face was red as he laughed excitedly. With a wave of his right hand, the 9 Dragons Jade Exhibition flew towards Lin Ling and landed in Lin Ling's hand. This dowry is not bad, it's very valuable. Lin Ling played with it and suddenly asked, is this 9 Dragons Jade Exhibition more valuable? Or is it a heaven-class talent? His question seemed to be unintentional, causing many people to laugh. Although the 9 Dragons Jade display was precious, it was only useful to ordinary martial artists. This was because its effect was to turn ordinary water into spirit liquid for cultivation. But the treasures that powerful martial artists needed were not things that spirit liquid could assist in their cultivation. As for the heaven-class talent, it was 1 in a million. At least it saved Princess Huixia a lot of time for cultivation. Therefore, the heaven-class talent was naturally more valuable. Lin Ling, of course, the heaven-class talent is more valuable. Alright, it's almost time, we should start the ceremony. Princess Huixia walked over with a smile. wanting to hold Lin Ling's hand. He, Emperor Peerless, can't compare to me. And you said that I'm worthy of you. In fact, I'm even more noble than you. Then this dowry. Lin Ling smiled faintly, but his smile was a little cold. Then he smashed the 9 Dragons Jade exhibition in his hand on the ground. Clang! The glass jade bottle fell to the ground and immediately shattered. It was as if everyone's heart was broken. Lin Ling, what was he doing? The crowd was puzzled and stared at Lin Ling. The Emperor of the Fire Tribe and Princess Huixia were the same. Why did Lin Ling smash the dowry given to him by the Fire Tribe? The dowry has been destroyed, which means that I don't like this rubbish dowry. It also means that I'm personally annulling this marriage. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd and a shocking sentence floated out. Annulling the marriage. Boom! The crowd's heart exploded. Lin Ling, he actually annulled the marriage? Breaking off the engagement, he's breaking off the engagement. The Fire Clan monarch's eyes narrowed, and his expression became somewhat ferocious. As for Princess Firecloud, who was holding onto Lin Ling's hand, she froze in place. She glared at Lin Ling, as if she had misheard Lin Ling's words. One had to know that a moment ago she was the happiest woman in the world. But in the next moment her engagement was broken off, and it was broken off in front of everyone. This was like a slap to her face. The Fire Clan is too ugly, they don't deserve me. Princess Huixia is even more despicable and shameless, so she doesn't deserve me either. I don't understand where you get your confidence from. You actually want to become my in-laws. You're just toads trying to eat swan meat. Lin Ling sneered and turned to leave. That back view was free and easy, bold and unrestrained, daring to take responsibility for his actions, fearless and fearless. That voice was resolute and decisive, with a strong sense of contempt and ridicule, and even a strong sense of disdain. Everything he did today was to break off the engagement. He wanted to prove himself, he wanted to regain his lost dignity and pride, and then he wanted to dismiss Princess Huixia from her position. A toad trying to eat swan meat? Princess Huixia muttered to herself, her beautiful face distorted. She was a toad? Most importantly, she couldn't refute it, because Lin Ling had already proven everything. She even said that Lin Ling was prouder than her. She married Lin Ling because she wanted to marry Lin Ling. So now that Lin Ling broke off the engagement, it was an act of disdain towards her. Haha, interesting. The crowd was silent for a moment, and then a loud laughter rang out. The Fire Clan had a history of 10,000 years. Today they invited all the big shots to show the glory of the Fire Clan. But now the dignified Fire Clan's engagement was broken off. To the Fire Clan, this kind of humiliation was worse than death. This show was very interesting. Lin Ling. The Fire Clan's emperor was trembling with anger. Things had changed beyond his imagination. No wonder Lin Ling didn't mention it earlier, and instead asked him if he was worthy of Princess Huixia. Everything was for this moment. We lost our dignity in front of the Fire Clan because we were not respected. So today, I'm here to regain our dignity. A toad will always be a toad. How can you want to marry a swan? Lin Ling carried the Fire Clan's emperor on his back and said indifferently. His back was even more arrogant. Bastard! Looking at Lin Ling's decisive action, Princess Huiling clasped her hands together. Her face was extremely excited. As for Baiyun Tiandi and the 9 spirits of heaven, they smiled happily. This was the Lin Ling they knew. No matter who you were, as long as you insulted their dignity, even if you were a fairy, such an engagement would be broken off, and the other party's pride would be trampled under your feet. The Fire Clan was a 10,000-year-old clan. They were noble and glorious, but they were not people who could be trampled on. It feels so good to vent our anger. The Fire Clan invited everyone here today to watch a joke. Baiyun Tiandi laughed excitedly. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a trick up his sleeve, and this trick was really ruthless. Haha. It seems like today's happy occasion is not going to happen. In the distance, Wushang Xiandi also laughed as if he was watching a good show. Then this wedding wine, should we drink it or not? Some people also echoed, causing the laughter of the crowd to become even more like a tidal wave. The Fire Clan's people were all stunned, as if they were being laughed at by everyone in the world. They felt that the clouds in the sky, the wind around them, and even the dazzling sunlight were laughing at them at this moment. Lin Ling, why don't you go back with me? Amidst the ridicule, Wu Shangxiandi suddenly said. He knew that Lin Ling had completely offended the Fire Clan, so if he continued to stay, it would be dangerous for him. What a good cancellation of the marriage, what a good cancellation of the marriage. After today, my Fire Clan will become the laughingstock of Xianhuangdiyu. No, it should be the entire human world. The Fire Clan Emperor suddenly laughed, but his smile was extremely ferocious, as if he was about to explode. Lin Ling, could it be that you only want to live in Xianpeng province for the rest of your life? If that's the case, then you can leave with Wushang Xiandi. The Fire Clan Emperor stared at Lin Ling. The meaning of his words was very clear. From today onwards, Lin Ling could only stay in Xianpeng province. Otherwise he would die. These words carried a strong sense of threat, causing Lin Ling to stop in his tracks. His cold eyes stared straight at the Fire Clan Emperor. How could he not know the other party's threat? But what was there to be afraid of? I, Lin Ling, am the ruler of heaven and earth. The ruler of heaven and earth. This was Lin Ling's martial heart that he yearned for the most. You don't believe me? Just wait and see. Also, Fire Clan Emperor, I want to take the Fire Spirit Princess away. Do you agree? Lin Ling asked again. No. The Fire Clan Emperor replied coldly. I knew you would go back on your words, but I didn't come here today to take the Fire Spirit Princess away. But let me tell you, next time, even your ancestor can't stop me from taking the Fire Spirit Princess away. Lin Ling sneered and said firmly. He came here today to take back his dignity, and he had achieved his goal. The whole world was laughing at the Fire Clan, and this was enough. Chapter 1626. The old ancestor of the Fire Tribe. Let's go. Let's go, said Lin Ling indifferently. Bai Yuntiandi and the others smiled and followed him. Their hearts were moved. This was how a cultivator of their generation should be. Did the Fire Clan regret their decision in front of so many people? How courageous. Let's go. Those human realm giants looked at Lin Ling's back and praised him. Lin Ling was saying that he could go wherever he wanted and the Fire Tribe could not stop him. This guy is really stubborn. Let's go. Wushang Xiandi smiled bitterly. It seemed like his plan to protect Lin Ling was going to fail. Lu Susu, who was beside him, frowned. She felt that Lin Ling was too stubborn. He knew that the Fire Tribe's emperor was trying to provoke him, but Lin Ling still wanted to go against the Fire Tribe's emperor. If he had compromised and retreated, perhaps he wouldn't have been Lin Ling. Lu Susu shook her head. Lin Ling's way of doing things was hard to understand. However, this was the real Lin Ling. Countless eyes stared at Lin Ling as he left. The Fire Spirit Princess was also watching. She ran over and hugged Lin Ling. Her little face was filled with reluctance. Bad guy, you're leaving just like that? This place doesn't welcome me anymore, so there's no need for me to stay. Little girl, I promise you that I will come and pick you up soon. Lin Ling patted the Fire Spirit Princess' head and smiled. He was not worried about the Fire Spirit Princess situation. The current problem was how to take her away the next time he came. I believe that you will come. The Fire Spirit Princess sniffed. She was extremely cute. Then I'm leaving. Lin Ling waved his hand casually. This time he really left. Emperor, are you letting him go just like that? Emperor. Everyone from the Fire Tribe stared at Lin Ling, who was leaving with a smile on his face. They were extremely unwilling. Lin Ling had humiliated the Fire Tribe. How could they just let him leave like that? If they did, the Fire Tribe would lose even more face. What else can we do? Emperor! Shouted the Emperor of the Fire Clan. He thought about how he knew Lin Ling up until now. He didn't think that such a junior would be able to bring such shame to the Fire Clan. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have offended Lin Ling. However, there was no such thing as earlier in this world. The Fire Clan's emperor glanced around. Even if he wanted to kill Lin Ling, it was obviously impossible. The human world's giants were all gathered here. If he attacked, he would lose even more face. Others would say that the Fire Clan's emperor was humiliated into anger after the marriage was broken off and killed the person who came. Ahahum. At this time, a crazy scream suddenly sounded. Princess Firecloud, who was wearing a phoenix robe, stood there with a stiff face. Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. What? Hua, the crowd was hua. Hua 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 fainting hua. At that moment many people found it funny. Princess Huixia was a proud girl of Champion University. Many people wanted to marry her. She was a goddess. She was proud and arrogant. Now someone had broken off the engagement. Nobody wanted her anymore. Princess Huixia was speechless. Even an ordinary woman wouldn't be able to see anyone for the rest of her life if her marriage had been broken off. She brought this upon herself, said someone. Someone laughed lightly. After knowing Princess Firecloud's temperament, there were probably not many people who sympathized with a heavenly emperor powerhouse. The 3 Xian cultivators left one by one. Only the members of the Fire Clan and the E Clan were left. They stood there motionless as if they were statues. At that moment the atmosphere was silent, and the atmosphere was lively. It was like a silent mockery. "Kill Lin Ling," said the emperor of the Fire Clan. He looked at Princess Huixia, who had fainted. Then, he looked at the severely injured Emperor Peerless. He was furious. Previously there were too many experts around, so it was impossible for him to kill Lin Ling. But now Lin Ling was stubborn enough. Even though he knew he was going to kill him, Lin Ling didn't hide in the Black Pung region. This could be considered as challenging him again. He wanted to see what kind of trouble Lin Ling could cause in his territory. Even if he was a dragon, he had to bow down to him. Even if he was a tiger, he had to bow down to him. We can't let Lin Ling leave Xianhuangdao alive. Lin Ling said he could travel anywhere he wanted. Now everybody is paying attention to him. They want to see if we can defeat Lin Ling. Therefore he has to die, shouted the members of the E clan furiously. The 2 Shi clans wanted Lin Ling dead. Bang! 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 At this time the heaven and earth in front of them shook violently. Flames soared into the sky and volcanoes erupted. The flames burned the clouds in the sky. Croak! There was the sound of a toad, and the aura of fire became denser. The members of the Fire Clan and the E Clan were shocked. They sensed that an ancient aura was awakening. What happened? An old voice filled with authority drifted out. The illusion of a fire toad appeared in the sky. It was hazy, and the baleful aura was extremely dense. It was the old ancestor of the Fire Clan. Even the old ancestor of the Fire Clan has woken up. The members of the E Clan all knelt down. One had to know that the Fire Clan, E Clan, and Shi Clan could be called the 3 Shi clans of Xianhuangdiu, because their old ancestors came from 10,000 years ago. It was said that they existed since the beginning of the world. In the human world, not many people dared to not give them face. Old ancestor, there are foreign enemies coming to humiliate our Fire Clan. But don't worry, old ancestor. Hua Ao can solve this. The emperor of the Fire Clan didn't have a dignified aura. Instead, he knelt down like a junior. His body was also trembling. Are there any ancient characters here? The fire toad in the sky was not interested in the foreign enemies. Instead, it asked a question that was not important. Ancient characters? The eyes of the members of the Fire Clan flickered. The ancient characters mentioned by the old ancestor must be from the same era as him. But the people before him were not qualified to be called ancient. Replying to the old ancestor, there are no ancient characters here. The emperor of the Fire Clan replied. The fire toad was puzzled. It clearly sensed that familiar aura, but it disappeared now. Could it be that it was too afraid of that mysterious expert in the past 10,000 years, so it created an illusion? Then, did anyone use any mysterious methods before? The fire toad asked again. No, it was just some ordinary martial arts battle. The emperor of the Fire Clan replied again. Finally, the fire toad nodded. If the fire toad was here before, it would definitely recognize Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling's eyes contained a terrifying aura. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had left, so the fire toad didn't know any of this. Otherwise, not only would it not dare to blame Lin Ling, it would also vent its anger on the Fire Clan. This was because the shadow of that mysterious expert was too deep in its heart. It would never dare to face that mysterious expert. Although the emperor of the Fire Clan was surprised by Lin Ling's mysterious methods, he naturally wouldn't say such a shameful thing. If he said that Lin Ling defeated Emperor Peerless, then the fire toad would continue to ask until it found out about Lin Ling. Chapter 1627. Heaven and Earth roam, that's good. Remember, Don't provoke the ancient existences, especially that person. The fire toad warned again, which confused the fire tribe emperor. Why was the old ancestor so careful? Did a powerful being appear before them? However, the most dazzling person was Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling had great potential, he had not reached the old ancestor's level. Although he was confused, he did not dare to ask. Hualing, follow me to the forbidden area to cultivate. Then the fire toad looked at the fire spirit princess and spoke in a friendly tone. Yes, old ancestor. The fire spirit princess lowered her head and said. She was not in a good mood and was worried about Lin Ling. You little brat. The fire toad spoiled the fire spirit princess and said with a smile, which made many people of the fire tribe envious. The fire spirit princess was not their bloodline, but the essence of heaven and earth, born in the forbidden area. More or less, they treated the fire spirit princess as half an outsider. The world is going to be in chaos. Fire tribe, be careful. Don't be arrogant. The fire toad said and then disappeared with the fire spirit princess. Farewell, old ancestor. The people of the fire tribe did not dare to be negligent. All right, old ancestor is asleep again. Next, it's time for the fire tribe to take revenge. The fire tribe emperor stood up and said coldly, Emperor, old ancestor said before that we should not be arrogant. Remember to pay attention to the ancient existences. We are going against old ancestors' will now. A member of the fire tribe reminded, what's there to be afraid of? Lin Ling is not an ancient figure. He's just a junior. Can't we offend him? Kill. The fire tribe emperor shouted coldly. He was not afraid at all. Kill. The people of the fire tribe also shouted. How could they not get revenge for the humiliation they had suffered today? The fire tribe and the E tribe issued earth-shattering arrest orders. The entire Xianhuangdiyu was in turmoil. Even the mortal world was affected. I heard that Lin Ling from the Seven Emperors' Heavens defeated Emperor Peerless. Although this Lin Ling is also a titled celestial emperor, he's only a fourth-layer saint. To be able to defeat someone of a higher level than him, he's truly a monster. What nonsense are you talking about? Rumor has it that Lin Ling was able to defeat Emperor Peerless because of his soul force. Soul force is different from martial arts. It cannot be developed and can only be used once. Therefore, Emperor Peerless lost due to carelessness. No matter what you say, Lin Ling has created a miracle with the greatest difference in cultivation levels. The most important thing is that he broke off the engagement. Haha, he's manly enough. Speaking of breaking off the marriage, it really makes us feel better. Not wanting the fire race, not wanting the princess. How many people in the mortal realm can do that? In the vast mortal world, rumors were spreading everywhere. Even in Xianpeng province, many people received the news. The people of the rainforest were all relieved, but they were also worried about Lin Ling's situation. The Seven Emperors' Heavens remained silent. That guy is really stubborn. He's going against the Shi clan. He would rather die than lower his head. The Seven Emperors shook their heads helplessly. Lin Ling was arrogant, but he was also in danger. The Seven Emperors' Heavens couldn't send people to protect Lin Ling. After all, the mortal world was big, they couldn't find Lin Ling. Besides, Xianhuangdiyu wasn't their territory. Champion University would also try to interfere. After all, Lin Ling had defeated Emperor Peerless and broken off the engagement with Princess Huixia. It was a humiliation for Champion University. Therefore, they could only pray that Lin Ling's life was tough enough. No matter what a cultivator does, if he does something, he has to pay the price. Lin Ling is a real man. He dares to take responsibility for his actions. He'll have to face the fire race's revenge. Will he be able to bear the consequences? Many people in the mortal world were paying attention to Lin Ling. They were waiting for the situation to change. At that moment, Lin Ling and the others were running around in Xianhuangdiyu. My people can't come to Xianhuangdiyu. The teleportation portal is sealed, said Baiyun Tiandi, looking at the talisman in her hand and frowning. She was a celestial emperor, she had some strong friends. Those friends wanted to come and help, but they were blocked by the teleportation portal. It's the same for the rainforest, said Lin Ling nodding. Master Shui Wu and the other strong cultivators wanted to help him, but they were also blocked. It seems that we're trapped in Xianhuangdiyu, said the 9 spirits of heaven with a wry smile. The fire race, how powerful was it? They actually sealed off the entire Xianhuangdiyu. If we want to play, let's play big, said Little Flame with a smile. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also looking forward to it. Lin Ling also smiled faintly and said calmly, a calm lake can't train a strong sailor. A comfortable environment can't produce a strong cultivator. The path of martial arts is against the heavens. Today's pressure may be a stimulus for us to grow. You're crazy. I kind of understand why your strength is so terrifying despite your short cultivation time. It turns out that you're a monster. Bai Yun Tiandi and the 9 spirits of heaven shook their heads helplessly. Of course, although they said that, they also agreed with Lin Ling. The path of martial arts was against the heavens. If they wanted to become stronger, they would have to face adversity. Only then would they be able to reach the next level. Moreover, they had humiliated the fire race before. At that time, if they left with the Supreme Emperor, they would be safe. However, today's play wasn't perfect. That's why they had to leave with pride. Only then would they be able to deal a heavy blow to the fire race. They were already unhappy that the fire race had abandoned them. However, in order to please the E-race, the fire race wanted to kill them. This obviously touched the bottom line in their hearts. Let's go. Let's go. Lin Ling took a step forward and flew towards the sky. The 9 spirits of heaven and Bai Yun Tiandi looked at each other and had a strange feeling in their hearts. At this moment they didn't have much fear. It was as if following the man in front of them, they could go through any storm. Unknowingly, he has become our leader. Bai Yun Tiandi had always been arrogant, but at this moment, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Xianhuangdiyu has been sealed. Tell me, which direction should we break out from? Yes. Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. He asked, if we return to Xianpeng province, we will be like a turtle hiding its head. Therefore, I think we can go to Xianyuan realm. The 9 spirits of heaven suggested. Xianyuan realm has the Xianyuan emperor. Don't tell me you are going to ask for help from your family? Relying on external help is not good for our growth. In my opinion, we should go to Devil's Domain. Bai Yun Tiandi opposed the 9 spirits of heaven's suggestion. From here we will go all the way north and pass through Xianhuangdiyu's Avalon of 5 elements. As long as we can rush out of there, we will be able to do whatever we want. Then we will enter Devil's Domain. Yes. Xianhuangdiyu's Avalon of 5 elements. Yes. Chapter 1628. The Traplin Ling was very interested in the demon domain and hoped to find some cultivation resources. One had to know that Lin Ling's physical body had just improved, and his soul force had also improved slightly. The only thing that hadn't changed was his cultivation realm. Cultivation realm was half of Lin Ling's strength, so if he improved, his strength would naturally more than double. That was because Lin Ling could already use a wisp of Yellow Spring's flame. The 4 of them headed north, and to their surprise, their journey was calm and peaceful. However, the calmer it was, the greater the pressure they felt, because the calm before a storm was always the calmest. The 4 of them had just passed through a vast green mountain when a quiet village appeared in front of them. At this moment, a battle was taking place in the village, with the villagers and outsiders fighting to the death. It seems that we've encountered bandits here. The 9 spirits of heaven narrowed their eyes and said. It wasn't difficult to see that there were 2 groups of bandits, but the people on both sides were weaker, with the strongest being only at the transcendent realm. Kill them all. Leave all the women behind and take them back to be used as cultivation furnaces. On the bandits' side, a one-eyed burly man with a vicious temperament actually wanted to take the women back to be used as cultivation furnaces. What about the children? One of the bandits with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks laughed. Children's meat is the best. It can replenish one's vitality. Take them back, wash them clean and eat them. The one-eyed burly man laughed. In the village, the people were even more panicked. They couldn't stop the bandits. Evil demon Dao. Bai Yun Tiandi's eyes turned cold as he shot forward, his murderous intent thick. These bandits were actually using women as cultivation furnaces? Even children can be eaten, big brother, help the villagers. Xiao Yan's eyes also turned cold. After saying this to Lin Ling, he transformed into a giant ape and rushed forward. Only the 9 spirits of heaven hesitated. Right now they were fleeing, so it wasn't good to meddle in other people's business. He couldn't help but look at Lin Ling, but found that Lin Ling was looking forward with an indifferent face, silent. However, after hesitating for a moment, the 9 spirits of heaven also joined the battle. Although he didn't want to care about the innocent villagers, since Bai Yun Qiandi and the others had taken action, in order to save time, it was naturally better to end the battle quickly. Only Lin Ling still stood there with a cold expression. Evil demon Dao Dai. In the village, White Cloud Celestial Emperor arrived. When she attacked, she erupted with her source power, forming a large area of misty clouds. Boom! Xiao Yan transformed to become a giant ape. His whole body was covered in red scales, majestic. Don't be afraid, we're here to help you. Xianyuan Johan was the last to arrive. The heavenly halberd appeared, and it was extremely domineering. The villagers all burst into laughter, their faces filled with excitement. Kill all these bandits. These bandits commit all kinds of evil and kill people like flies. We must kill them all. In the village, the children and women all shouted, "Don't worry, we're here. We'll protect you." Seeing the children and women, Bai Yun Qiandi seemed to have a melody in her heart, so she nodded and said, "9 spirits of heaven, Xiaoyin go." Following that, Bai Yun Qiandi immediately waved her hand. However, she didn't see that the villagers who had kind faces before had all turned ferocious. "We've been tricked. Activate the pink-white bone formation." As the voice floated out, the entire village exploded. Black smoke billowed and white skeletons appeared, as well as pink beauties. Ancient formation. Bai Yun Qiandi and the others' expressions changed drastically, as they sensed a terrifying law of heaven and earth permeating the air. The power of law? Their hearts thundered. The power of laws was not something they could resist. After all, they were currently cultivating the power of origin energy. Haha, we've been tricked, we've been tricked. After killing these people, we can get the reward from the Shur clan. It's said that there are black bone sources, time source vines, and other natural treasures. In the village, an old man shouted excitedly. The women and children next to him also sneered, as if they had seen countless treasures being taken away by them. As for the black smoke-filled spirit array, Bai Yun Qiandi and the others had ugly expressions. Obviously, they also knew that they had been tricked. The most important thing was that this spirit array had trapped them, making them feel like they were trapped in a world of black smoke, unable to find an exit. "You actually joined forces with the bandits to frame us," Bai Yun Qiandi shouted angrily. "Bandits? How can mere bandits be a match for the descendants of the ancient peach blossom? These bandits were lured here by us. Do you think we're just simple villagers at the transcendent realm? You really have a pair of dog eyes." A large number of disdainful voices drifted out from the village. The people of this village obviously had an ancient history. They had used a secret technique to hide their cultivation before, leading Bai Yun Qiandi and the others to think that they were not strong. In fact, there were many Saint Realm masters among them, the descendants of the ancient peach blossom. I didn't expect that the descendants of this ancient peach blossom would still be alive. The 9 spirits of heaven suddenly thought of something and coldly spat out these words. The descendants of the ancient peach blossom were extremely powerful existences 1,000 years ago, but unfortunately, after offending a certain great figure in the heavenly realm, the descendants of this ancient sect had fallen into decline. No one had thought that they would actually be hiding here in seclusion. It seems that the fire tribe gave you a lot of rewards, so you didn't hesitate to set up a trap to frame us. In order to make it more realistic, you even sacrificed those children. Bai Yun Qiandi said again because she had seen the villagers being killed before. Otherwise, she would not have taken action. If you can't sacrifice the children, you can't trap the wolf. If I'm not wrong, you should be Bai Yun Qiandi. Your strength is indeed good, but you have forgotten that sometimes in this world strength is not everything. Sometimes it is not difficult to kill a master. Just like a child, if he wants to kill a burly man, all he needs to do is hide a sharp knife in his hand. An indifferent voice came from the village, and everyone was as cold as a wolf. "Shameless villain, go die." Little Flame was boiling with anger as he transformed into an ancient ape and constantly attacked the world of black smoke. However, with a large number of skeletons entangling him, he was unable to resist the power of the spirit array. That's Little Flame. He is also one of the wanted criminals. The other one is the 9 spirits of heaven. The most important one is still the felon Lin Ling. The villagers coldly said. But when they looked at the spirit array, their pupils instantly shrank because there were only 3 people there. There is still one person missing, Lin Ling. He did not fall for the trap. Where is he? Find him. The old man who led the group shouted angrily. Lin Ling was so cunning. He actually did not enter the spirit array. Are you looking for me? At that moment a cold voice suddenly sounded. What was terrifying was that this voice came from behind them, causing everyone to subconsciously turn their heads and their hearts to tremble. In the distance, a man in blue robes slowly walked over, stretching out his left hand and a flame leaping about, like a god of death descending. I thought that a 5th layer Saint Realm Master being robbed by a transcendent realm bandit was too strange. Chapter 1629. Slaughtering the village. It seems that you are more vigilant than them. But what's the use? You will still die. The village chief slowly turned around. He was holding a simple and unadorned small pot with both hands. The small pot was emitting sinister black smoke. Obviously, the key to the formation was that small pot. Lin Ling stared at the small pot. Naturally, he knew that as long as the small pot was destroyed, the formation could be broken. Kill him. The village chief shouted angrily. Although Lin Ling was not trapped, it was fine as long as he did not escape. They were determined to get the Sher clan's reward. Therefore, if Lin Ling escaped, they would definitely be heartbroken. You are Lin Ling. You have guts to offend the Sher clan. I can tell you that the Sher clan is the oldest clan in Xianhuangdao. They have issued an order to arrest you. You can't escape even if you have wings. Since you can't escape death, why don't you help us? We, the descendants of the ancient peach blossom, have been declining for thousands of years. As long as we kill you, the Sher clan will promise to restore our name and let us become famous again. Brother, please promise us. We shoulder the mission of reviving the descendants of the ancient peach blossom. It's up to you now. The women and children in the village all spoke. They seemed to be seeking Lin Ling's help, but the killing intent on their faces was extremely strong. Perhaps they did shoulder a heavy responsibility. It was precisely to let the pride of the descendants of the ancient peach blossom return to the world. However, they wanted to sacrifice Lin Ling. Die. Someone attacked as soon as he spoke. Boundless Fire Dragon King. Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop. He distorted space and avoided the encirclement of those people. He gently raised his left hand as if he had activated a taboo. Rumble. The void exploded. The power of the origin of fire bloomed. It was destructive and domineering, engulfing everything. The Fire Dragon King roared at the sky. Many of the villagers were submerged in the sea of fire and burned in pain. Little Chui. You killed my wife and you killed my son. My son was only 5 years old, but you were so ruthless. You are the god of death. Many people's eyes were red. Those men raised their weapons to protect their village and pay for their family's blood. Wind strike. Facing the attacks of these powerhouses, the corners of Lin Ling's mouth twitched as he coldly spat out a sentence. His blue robe was extremely dazzling at this moment. It seemed as clear as the clouds in the sky, but it also carried a dense killing intent. The combination of killing intent and purity made him seem like a demon and a god. Bang bang bang. Behind Lin Ling, a large number of clones appeared. One person turned into an army of 10,000. Level this place. All of the Lin Lings opened their mouths, their faces filled with emotionless indifference. This was because the hearts of the people here were far too twisted. Pung pung pung. An earth-shattering battle erupted in the village. The earth split open, and the clouds in the sky were blasted apart by the shock waves. Even the mountains in the distance were smashed open, and the mountains collapsed. Although Lin Ling was only at the 4th level of the Saint Realm, his strength was tyrannical. He wasn't even afraid of an 8th level saint, let alone these disciples of the ancient Peach Blossom sect. Therefore, in just a few incense sticks worth of time, the entire village was bathed in blood. Those who attacked were all killed and their corpses were scattered all over the ground. The village chief's expression froze. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. Around him, there were only the elderly, women, and children. At this moment, all of them were like cicadas in winter. Earth Tier 10th grade talent, extremely strong physical strength. As expected of Lin Ling, the village chief frowned and said coldly, however, you're still not leaving? When more powerhouses arrive, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Yes. Your strange little pot can refine the people inside the formation. If I leave, then everyone in the formation will die, including those bandits. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling walked forward as if he had just walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The smell of blood was extremely thick. I can promise you to let them go, but you have to leave immediately. The village chief frowned and said, you think it's okay? Yes. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the village chief. His murderous aura made many children in the village tremble. Enough. You've killed so many of our people and we haven't even settled the score with you. What else do you want from us? At this time an old woman angrily shouted. All the men of the Peach Blossom village had been killed by Lin Ling. If not for her lack of strength, she would have killed that devil. What do I want? Yes. Lin Ling sneered. His eyebrows twitched, and his soul power was released. It carried the chi of nirvana and struck forward, breaking the little pot in the village chief's hand. Everyone was shocked. The Peach Blossom ghost pot, which had been passed down for thousands of years, was destroyed by Lin Ling. You're crazy. You've destroyed the inheritance of our Peach Blossom village. The village chief roared. He hated Lin Ling to death. Woo woo woo. The little pot broke, and the black smoke in the distance drifted with the wind. The people trapped in the formation quietly appeared. At first, they were confused, but gradually they saw everything in front of them. You tricked us. Yes. After Bai Yuntiandi reacted, she immediately shouted. She thought that these people were kind and simple villagers, but who knew that they wanted to kill them? The people of the Peach Blossom village were all stunned. Their plan had been destroyed by Lin Ling, and the experts had finally escaped. Lin Ling, you're so hateful. Yes. The village chief's face was distorted with malevolence. Their ancient Peach Blossom village's inheritor was so close to returning to the world, but now it was all in vain. Big brother, you've destroyed our efforts. The children's eyes were red as they complained about Lin Ling. They had been instilled with the heavy responsibility of reviving the name of the ancient Peach Blossom village since they were young, but now they had failed. How long have the ancient Peach Blossom village's inheritor been in the world? Yes. Facing the anger of the crowd, Lin Ling asked indifferently. 2,600 years ago, the ancient Peach Blossom village's name shook the world more than 1,000 years ago. The village chief's voice was hoarse, but before he could finish, Lin Ling impatiently interrupted him. Then the ancient Peach Blossom village that has been passed down for 2,600 years will disappear from this world. What? The faces of the people of the Peach Blossom village changed dramatically. Lin Ling wanted to exterminate their village? You've killed so many of us and none of you have died. You still want to kill us all. An old woman's face was stiff as she subconsciously shouted. I sympathize with the ancient Peach Blossom village's inheritor, and I also want you to reappear in the world. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have provoked me, and you shouldn't have killed us to let your Peach Blossom village be reborn. When you wanted to kill me, you should have accepted the fate of being killed by others. Kill. Lin Ling waved his hand indifferently. His eyes were ruthless. We only have the old, the young, the women, and the children left. You dare to kill us? The village chief's eyes widened. At this moment he suddenly panicked. These children only know how to step on other people's bones to achieve their own goals. Such people will grow up to be the black sheep of the village. Kill. Lin Ling mercilessly replied. All of you die. Kill. The 9 spirits of heaven did not speak as much as Lin Ling. He was even more ruthless. As for Bai Yuntiandi, she was not soft-hearted. Because they had gone to save people, everything was just a scheme. The other side wanted to kill them, so how could she let them live? Kill. Kill. Little Flame took a step forward, sweeping away the children and the elderly. Chapter 1630. The 4 Challenge. No. The village chief roared in anger as he watched his bloodline being killed. Not a single one was left alive. You should lead them to the right path. Lin Ling faintly looked at the village chief. If it weren't for the guidance of the elders, how could these children's minds be twisted? He vaguely remembered that a child had asked him why he didn't die, and why he didn't help the people of the Peach Blossom Village. If this wasn't a twisted mentality, then what was? Then Lin Ling walked towards the village chief step by step. The village chief panicked, and his desire to live became stronger. He was about to speak, but Lin Ling coldly said, I wanted to keep you alive and tell the people of the fire tribe that they want to kill me, Lin Ling, or at least let more people come. But you won't have the chance to say it because I don't want to see people like you alive. Kill. As soon as the words fell, Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and suddenly grabbed the village chief's neck. Then with a twist, the village chief died. He didn't expect that after waiting for 1,000 years, he would be able to see the rise of the descendants of the ancient Peach Blossom Village. However, he didn't expect that the people of the ancient Peach Blossom Village would disappear forever. The entire village, not a single person was left alive. Very ugly people, and I even wanted to help them in the beginning. Bai Yun Tiandi stared at the village full of corpses. She still couldn't vent her anger. These people were too ugly. At the same time, she was secretly grateful. If it weren't for Lin Ling, they would have been wiped out today. It's very normal. The world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. Lin Ling said indifferently. Although the Peach Blossom Village was wiped out, his mood was not calm. This was because he noticed that the fire tribe, in order to kill them, had caused chaos in Xianhuangdiyu. Even the villages that were isolated from the world didn't want to let them go. As expected of the Shi clan, this kind of appeal is very scary. Kill. The 9 spirits of heaven sensed Lin Ling's intentions and spoke up. Xianhuangdiyu had 3 major Shi clans, the Hua clan, the Yi clan and the Shi clan. Among them, the Hua clan and the Yi clan had joined hands to kill Lin Ling with the whole of Xianhuangdiyu. Only the Shi clan remained silent, and the relationship between the Shi clan and the Yi clan was not good. Of course, under the fire race's request, it was not impossible for the stone race to attack Lin Ling and the others. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go. Lin Ling immediately left with a few people. He had a feeling that if he was a step late, he would probably be surrounded by experts. This was indeed the case. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a large number of experts arrived. When they saw the massacred village, their expressions turned cold. Too much. Massacring an entire village. He won't even let children and the elderly off. This Lin Ling must be killed. Release the news. Let the whole of Xianhuangdiyu know about their scandal. Those experts all shouted angrily. 5 heavenly kings, Tianzong Jinwang, have you found their tracks? One of the old men looked at another middle-aged man in golden armor. The middle-aged man's eyes were shining with a dark golden color. His eyes flashed through the sky as if he was looking down on the world. What was more terrifying was that his eyes formed 2 golden light pillars, as if he could see through anything in the world. The 5 heavenly kings have all moved out. That's Tianzong Jinwang. His talent is the terrifying Earth-rank 5th grade fiery golden eyes. It's said that his eyes can see through the sun. Who dares to look directly at the sun? He can actually see through it. What a terrifying pair of eyes. Many experts whispered in excitement. With so many experts in Xianhuangdiyu moving out, how could Lin Ling not die? The 5 heavenly kings were equivalent to the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of Xianpeng province. However, to the fire race they were still extremely insignificant because the fire race's position was the highest position in the human world. Therefore, once the fire race's reward was out, how could the 5 heavenly kings miss it? Found it in the north. Yes. After a moment, Tianzong Jinwang smiled faintly, which made the crowd even more excited. One of them laughed loudly and said, Tianzong Jinwang, are you sure? If you are sure, let's go after him now. Yes. You doubt me? Yes. Tianzong Jinwang was still smiling. He looked at that person, causing that person's face to change dramatically. Then something terrible happened. Under Tianzong Jinwang's gaze, a big hole appeared in that person's chest. He was directly penetrated. All the experts' faces changed, and they immediately didn't dare to speak. I heard that Lin Ling's soul force is very strong. I don't know who will be more powerful compared to my talent. Tianzong Jinwang's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile, as if what happened before had nothing to do with him. It must be Tianzong Jinwang who is more powerful. Yes. Many people began to flatter Tianzong Jinwang. Although Tianzong Jinwang didn't know any martial arts, his talent was too heaven-defying. With just a pair of eyes, he had defeated countless experts. Okay, let's go after them. Remember, Baiyun Tiandi is also here. Unless we join forces, we can't kill him. Roar! It was one of the 5 heavenly kings, Heavenly King Song. In the past, Lin Ling had killed 2 of the 5 heavenly kings. Today he wanted to see how powerful Lin Ling was. This Lin Ling is very bold. All the experts of Xianhuangdayu have come out. This is the first time in 1,000 years in Xianhuangdayu. Roar! So many people, but we can't kill the 4 of them. If news of this spread out, our Xianhuangdayu will lose face. Roar! Catch up to them. Roar! All the experts flew into the sky, forming a terrifying cloud of murderous aura, and attacked Lin Ling's group of 4. Xianhuangdayu was like a whirlwind because of Lin Ling's group of 4. At the same time, many cultivators in Xianpeng province and Xianyuan origin realm of the mortal world were paying attention. To them, it was too crazy for 4 people to challenge an entire region. This Lin Ling is really the representative of miracles. In Xianyuan origin realm, many cultivators admired him. As for Xianpeng province, people were extremely excited. Lin Ling was the East Sovereign. In the past, he had single-handedly conquered Xianpeng province. Now he was challenging an entire region. In this world, who else but Lin Ling could do such a thing? However, all the experts of Xianhuangdayu had come out. Could Lin Ling win this battle? At this moment, Lin Ling's group of 4 were heading north. Along the way, they encountered more and more people chasing after them. Seeing the endless stream of people, even Baiyun Tiandi's expression turned serious. Although she was very strong, she couldn't fight against so many people. Among the 4 of them, only Lin Ling's expression remained calm. His unperturbed appearance made the 9 spirits of heaven admire him. They couldn't understand where Lin Ling's confidence came from. As long as we charge through the Avalon of 5 elements, we'll be getting closer to the devil's domain. This battle will be our victory. Moreover, although there are countless enemies during this period of time, we've also made a small fortune. Yes, Lin Ling said with a smile. The 9 spirits of heaven also found joy in their misery. Of course, other than Lin Ling's leadership, they were able to survive in the hands of tens of millions of cultivators because of Lin Ling's mysterious void gourd. That kind of treasure was extremely precious and could recover spiritual energy in a short period of time. As time passed, more and more people came. Because the cultivators of Xianhuangdayu seemed to know their whereabouts, they gathered in a grandiose manner. There were hundreds of millions of people, and countless experts. Chapter 1631. Humiliate Lin Ling? I see them. Those people over there are Lin Ling. In the distant sky, many powerhouses could vaguely see the silhouettes of Lin Ling and the others. None of them dared to kill Lin Ling alone. But with so many of them, they weren't afraid. Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered when he saw the terrifying number of people. How lively! Lin Ling smiled faintly and continued to lead the group forward. They were getting closer and closer to the border of Xianhuangdayu. In the distance, the Avalon of 5 elements was right in front of them. As long as they could break through there, they would be free to fly. Lin Ling, do you only know how to run? At this time, a loud shout came from afar. Everyone looked over and realized that it was the Emperor Peerless of the E clan. Emperor Peerless is also here. This means that the experts of the Fire race and the E race will be here soon. We have so many experts here, plus the experts of the Shi clan. How can Lin Ling not die? Charge! Everyone's fighting spirit was high, but at this moment, they were not in a hurry to kill Lin Ling. Instead, they formed a mighty human formation and walked step by step towards Lin Ling. Obviously, they were forcing him. Right now, Lin Ling didn't have the strength to fight back. However, if they just killed him, it would be too easy for the other party. Therefore, everyone wanted to pressure Lin Ling and slowly suppress Lin Ling. The sky, the earth, and even the wind were extremely oppressive. There were people everywhere. It was as if all the martial artists of Xianhuangdiyu had moved out. Their footsteps actually formed a terrifying storm vortex. Haha! Emperor Peerless was in the middle of the crowd. He was very excited. To him, losing to Lin Ling last time was a humiliation in his life. So today he wanted to wash away that humiliation. Lin Ling was very pitiful. In the end he died under the pressure of everyone. This was not a bad way to die. Aren't you going to kneel down? At the front of the crowd, the 5 heavenly kings let out cold and indifferent voices. Their voices were accompanied by pressure as they spread to the front. Aren't you going to kneel down? Everyone followed and shouted, pressuring Lin Ling. They were showing the pride of Xianhuangdiyu. Lin Ling shouldn't have fought back against the fire race for the sake of dignity. After offending them, he actually didn't return to Xianpeng province. It's a pity that a prodigy of a generation has fallen here. However, many people among the 3 mysterious in the mortal realm are paying attention to this matter. Therefore, the Xianhuang domain must not let Lin Ling leave alive. Young's too arrogant. Some of the onlookers were sighing, some were gloating, and each had their own thoughts. In the distant sky, Lin Ling and the other 3 were advancing slowly like dragons trapped in a cage. Even the White Cloud Heavenly Emperor felt that his life and death were at stake at this moment. Is the real battle here? I didn't expect that the last battle of the 9 spirits of heaven would be against the entire region. The 9 spirits of heaven sighed softly, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit. You don't have to fight to the death. I can tell you that all the teleportation portals in Xianhuangdiyu have been sealed. Unless the 7 emperors come in person, no one can save you. If I were you, I would kowtow and apologize, then commit suicide. At least that's a more dignified death. A majestic voice sounded. It was Tianzong Jinwang. Haha! After this voice, many people roared with laughter. Lin Ling didn't seem to hear the mockery behind him. He looked at the Avalon of 5 elements and finally laughed. That ancient iron wall should be the Avalon of Earth. Lin Ling, what should we do? Even if we escape, it'll be difficult. The 9 spirits of heaven whispered to Lin Ling. In this situation, Lin Ling had become their leader. Why should we escape? There's only a bunch of dogs behind us. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Ling stopped and smiled at the people behind him. Xianhuangdiyu, what a shame. It's fine if you bully us with numbers, but you're so proud and self-satisfied. Is there no one else in Xianhuangdiyu? This Lin Ling is still so arrogant even when he's about to die. Many people's eyes flickered. After all, if they were in Lin Ling's shoes, they would have been terrified. Lin Ling was definitely going to die in this situation. However, not only was Lin Ling not afraid, his words were full of sarcasm. This kind of courage was rare. Moreover, with so many of you oppressing me, do you think I'll be afraid? Lin Ling spat out again. Since he started learning martial arts, he had faced all kinds of difficulties. How could he not know what the other party was thinking? They were humiliating him and wanted him to regret it. Unfortunately, they had found the wrong person. Lin Ling dared not to fear the fire tribe. Even if he died, he wouldn't lower his spine. The faces of the experts in the distance turned cold. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. However, they weren't in a hurry. Lin Ling would be afraid. Lin Ling, don't try to provoke me. I Xianhuangdiyu have sent so many people because I'm afraid you'll run away. However, if I really want to defeat you, I alone am enough. Tianzong Jinwang strode forward. He was wearing golden armor and looked majestic. He walked towards Lin Ling just like that. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you're Xianhuangdiyu's enemy. I'm not qualified to kill you. However, I should still be able to teach you a lesson. At least, I'll let you know that the martial artists of Xianpeng province shouldn't be arrogant in Xianhuangdiyu. This is because they are provoking everyone. For trash like Lin Ling who kills people like flies and ignores the heroes of the world, Tianzong Jinwang, let Lin Ling know how powerful you are. The crowd shouted, causing the surrounding voices to become even louder. Lin Ling was accusing them of bullying him with numbers. Then Tianzong Jinwang would be the one to defeat Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I've heard that your soul force is very powerful. Today I'm here to learn from you. Do you dare to fight? The Tiansong Gold King's face was filled with pride as he roared again. Lin Ling almost killed me last time. This time, I can borrow Tianzong Jinwang's hand to see Lin Ling's strength. Emperor Peerless was looking forward to it. If Lin Ling used his soul force this time, then he wouldn't have to be afraid of him. Let's see how my talent is. Lin Ling, look over here. Tianzong Jinwang's pupils constricted, forming a powerful beam of light that shot towards Lin Ling. Tianzong Jinwang, don't kill Lin Ling by mistake. An expert laughed loudly. He was toying with Lin Ling like a cat toying with a mouse. Lin Ling, be careful. Although his talent isn't as high as yours, his eyes are extremely powerful. They can see through your body. As long as you're seen through, your body will be destroyed. The 9 spirits of heaven frowned and reminded. The opponent's talent belonged to the extreme type, and it was very mysterious. The combination of soul force and talent. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Before the golden beam of light arrived, he had already sensed something. So what if you know? My talent is beyond the realm of ordinary martial arts. It's not something a junior like you can understand, Tianzong Jinwang said disdainfully. Defeating Lin Ling in front of everyone in Xianhuangdi was a good honor. Chapter 1632. Who was humiliating who? His eyes actually possess the aura of a divine tier talent. It seems like his eyes have the potential to reach the divine tier. At this moment, a thought flashed through Lin Ling's mind. His eye of time could see through the origin of the other party's eyes. He knew that Tianzong Jinwang's talent was on the same level as the godly demon tyrant body. His potential was extraordinary. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not afraid of anyone when it came to eyes. Eye of time. A powerful soul force gushed out, forming an invisible soul wave. At this moment, time froze. The clouds stopped drifting and the wind stopped blowing. No one noticed that time had been frozen. Everyone maintained a mocking expression on their faces. The only one who noticed it was Tianzong Jinwang. How is this possible? At this moment, Tianzong Jinwang's eyes met with Lin Ling's. He realized that the world had disappeared, and only a pair of cold eyes were staring at him. A feeling of isolation and helplessness rose in him. It was as if he had met his natural enemy, and a voice kept ringing in his mind. In terms of soul power, he was no match for Lin Ling. In terms of the potential of his eyes, he was even more inferior to Lin Ling. He couldn't move. He realized that the power of his eyes had been completely frozen. In reality, he didn't know that in terms of martial arts, he wouldn't lose so quickly. But in terms of talent and soul force, how could he compare to Lin Ling? Space distortion. Lin Ling shouted coldly and took a big step forward. He appeared in front of Tianzong Jinwang and threw a punch. Bang! The power of 12 universes erupted, and the void exploded. The heavenly concealed golden flame was destroyed by a single fist. At the same time, time gradually returned to normal. When everyone looked at Lin Ling, their jaws dropped. Blood rained down from the sky. Only Lin Ling stood there alone. Tianzong Jinwang seemed to be dead. There was no fight and he died just like that? It was completely different from what they had imagined. They wanted to see Tianzong Jinwang humiliate Lin Ling. Lin Ling calmly turned around and walked away step by step. But at this moment no one dared to move. They were all intimidated by Lin Ling. They wanted to humiliate Lin Ling, but they were clearly not qualified. Even Emperor Peerless could not understand how Tianzong Jinwang had died. Could it have been his soul power? It was just that he hadn't sensed any soul fluctuations before. He had no idea that in that short moment, time had been frozen by Lin Ling. Freezing time, this was Lin Ling's greatest trump card. What? Not putting on an act anymore? Lin Ling's voice floated over at the same time, mocking the people in the distance. Those people slowly walked towards Lin Ling, wanting to put pressure on Lin Ling, but now who dared to move? There's no need to be afraid of him. Previously, it was only his soul power that attacked. Now that his strongest trump card is gone, he's just an ordinary fourth-stage saint. While everyone was shocked, a cold voice sounded, as if to give everyone a strong sense of confidence. In the distance, a large number of experts had arrived. It was the Emperor of the Fire Clan and the ancestor of the E Clan. In addition, there were many titled Heavenly Emperors. At this moment, they were all here to watch the show. Lin Ling, we meet again so soon. The Emperor of the Fire Clan was like a volcano with extremely high temperature. He floated in the sky, his long hair fluttering wildly. The dense majesty of fire made it difficult for people to breathe. He was naturally clear about Lin Ling's strength. Only his soul power was terrifying. Although his potential in other areas was not bad, they were not very strong at the moment. His biggest weakness was his low cultivation level. This is Lin Ling? Those heavenly emperors who had come because of his reputation looked forward with great interest, wanting to see what the legendary figure looked like. That's right, we meet again. Lin Ling was still not afraid. He walked forward slowly as if he did not know that death was at hand. As an enemy, the cultivators of Xianhuangdu could not help but admire Lin Ling's courage because Lin Ling would not be able to survive at this moment. But he was still not afraid. You called so many dogs here just to make me regret, but it seems like those dogs of yours are useless. Lin Ling finally stopped. A wine pot appeared in his hand. After drinking a mouthful, he smiled faintly. He was still as carefree as ever. I know you want to provoke us so that we won't use the human wave tactic to kill you. But do you think that there's no one in Xianhuangdu? Even if we know about your schemes, it's still not difficult to kill you. The emperor of the Fire Clan sneered. He was very excited at this moment because he could finally vent his anger. Are you farting over there? If you don't use the human wave tactic, where did those dogs beside you come from? Maybe you think that you'll definitely win, so you hypocritically said that you don't need the human wave tactic and can kill me one-on-one. If you only have 2 or 3 dogs beside you, I guarantee that you won't dare to say that. Lin Ling laughed mockingly. His strong counterattack made the crowd's face turn ugly. Lin Ling had called them dogs. The emperor of the Fire Clan narrowed his eyes. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was indeed very smart. After all, Lin Ling had nowhere to run now. That was why he said that he was not afraid of Lin Ling one-on-one. But if Lin Ling still had a way out, he would not dare to say that. Because Lin Ling was too cunning. If there were not enough people, he might be able to escape at any time. No need for people. I'll kill you. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Emperor Peerless walked out. His gaze swept behind the emperor of the Fire Clan. There stood a woman with a face full of resentment. It was Crimson Cloud Heavenly Emperor. He knew that Crimson Cloud Heavenly Emperor was here to see how Lin Ling would die. Then he would settle everything. Moreover, there were a large number of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses nearby. He had to wash away the humiliation. Emperor Peerless, do you still have any face? Looking at Emperor Peerless coming out, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. The first time you fought with me, you returned with a draw. The second time you fought with me, you were almost killed by me. Now, you still have the nerve to come for a third battle? You should throw away this title of Heavenly Emperor as soon as possible. Why make a fool of yourself? Haha. The moment Lin Ling's words came out, those Heavenly Emperor powerhouses who were watching a good show could not help but laugh. Clearly, Emperor Peerless had lost again and again. If it were them, they would also be embarrassed to continue fighting. Moreover, in this battle, Emperor Peerless clearly had an unfair advantage. Emperor Peerless had long experienced Lin Ling's venomous tongue. Being said at this moment, he flew into a rage out of humiliation, but he could not refute. The winner is king, the loser is a bandit. People only remember the winner. Emperor Peerless could not care so much anymore. If he did not kill Lin Ling at this moment, how was he going to walk in the mortal world? It was just that he had just taken a step when Lin Ling's indifferent voice came from the front. Remind you, you almost died last time. Bang! Emperor Peerless' heart trembled. The footsteps that he took forward forcefully stopped. Indeed, he almost died last time. That taste of impending death. He still remembered it very clearly until now. Xiao Wushuang, don't be frightened by Lin Ling's words. He's just an arrow at the end of its flight. Over at the E-Race's side, an old man said indifferently, the glory that you lost, you must personally take it back today. Yes, ancestor. I will definitely not lose face for the E-Race. Emperor Peerless took a deep breath and finally stepped forward. How could he be scared away by Lin Ling? He was not afraid of Lin Ling, and the crowd was incomparably expectant. Emperor Peerless seemed to be able to take back that glory in this battle. However, right at this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated over again. Blade of Nirvana. Chapter 1633. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Oh no! Emperor Peerless shouted in panic. He knew how terrifying that small knife that could pierce through one's soul was. Hence, when Lin Ling shouted, he subconsciously trembled in fear. Could it be that Tianzong Jinwang did not exhaust Lin Ling's soul power? Or was this all Lin Ling's plan? He was baiting him into battle and then using the opportunity to kill him? In a short moment, many thoughts flashed through Emperor Peerless' mind. Then, without any hesitation, he frantically retreated in an attempt to avoid the soul power that could not be defended against. However, under heaven and earth, the wind was blowing, the clouds were floating, and the sun was still shining in the distance. Everything was very calm, and no soul power attack appeared. Obviously, Lin Ling did not make a move at all. He was just talking. The crowd was stunned. Looking at the unparalleled celestial emperor who kept retreating with a pale face, they felt extremely embarrassed at this moment. Because Emperor Peerless was scared away. Moreover, he was scared away by Lin Ling's words. Shame! The ancestor of the E-race clenched his fist tightly. Emperor Peerless lost to Lin Ling. Clearly, he had an inner demon like a frightened bird. Me! At this moment, Emperor Peerless gradually came to his senses. Seeing the looks around him, he was immediately furious. He had been played. Embarrassing. Even he felt extremely embarrassed. Why did he have to be afraid? Lin Ling had only said a few words, and he had already fled. His title as the Celestial Emperor was an undeserved reputation. Whether you admit it or not, you are already afraid of me. This battle I have won again. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled indifferently. In fact, he had used time freeze previously, so his soul power had already been exhausted. Previously, he was indeed scaring Emperor Peerless. I haven't lost yet. Emperor Peerless shook his head continuously. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Was he going to lose to Lin Ling for the third time? Sigh, Emperor Peerless is a new genius of Champion University, but he can't compete with Lin Ling, said the Celestial Emperors, shaking their heads. They all thought that Emperor Peerless had lost. The first battle, carelessness. In the second battle, he was completely crushed. In the third match, he was scared off by a single sentence. Emperor Peerless hasn't lost yet? If it was a real battle of life and death, if he didn't have the support of the Emperor Peerless with his mentality, he would have died countless times already. Wushuang, come back. Don't embarrass yourself. The old man from the E-race said coldly. His words were filled with disappointment. If Emperor Peerless went to fight again, he would still not be able to escape the fate of being reduced to a laughing stock. However, Emperor Peerless gritted his teeth and retreated. Today he had once again lost face. Piss off. The Emperor of the Fire Clan and the ancestor of the E-race are qualified to be my opponents, said Lin Ling, taking a sip of alcohol. He looked like an emperor who controlled the world. He was calm, composed, and proud of the whole world. That guy, why isn't he afraid? White Cloud, Heavenly Emperor, and the others looked at Lin Ling, and the admiration in their hearts grew even stronger. Apart from Lin Ling, who else could have fought against a group of heroes alone? Lin Ling, you're young but you're very shrewd. You know how to use psychological tactics. Besides, you're smart and brave. You don't lack the spirit of a cultivator. You're qualified to be our opponent, said the Emperor of the Fire Clan, taking a deep breath. He admitted that Lin Ling was terrifying. If he hadn't broken off relations with Lin Ling, he wouldn't have wanted to miss out on a young man like Lin Ling. Unfortunately, a broken mirror would never be restored. Since he couldn't have it, he had to destroy it. Do you think you can escape from here? Asked the ancestor of the E-race. The crowd instantly quieted down and sneered at Lin Ling. They already knew the answer, but they wanted to see how Lin Ling would answer. Those titled Heavenly Emperors also smiled. If it were them, facing the ancient experts of the Fire Clan and the E-race, as well as countless cultivators, they wouldn't be able to escape. This also meant that Lin Ling had lost this battle from the beginning. I said that the heavens and earth are mine. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Also, let me remind you, if you want to kill me, many people will die. Lin Ling smiled and said something that shocked countless people. Silence. The world became even more silent. Lin Ling seemed to be saying that not only could he leave, But those who dared to kill him would also die. What right do you have? Just because you're a 4th-level saint? Dream on. What a joke, we can't kill you. Do you think we're all ants? Fire Clan Emperor, please give the order. We'll all move out and kill the 4 of them. The crowd was furious. Lin Ling was about to die and he still dared to look down on them. Haha. The Fire Clan Emperor and the E-Race Elder looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Now I'm leaving. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to notice the crowd's anger. He waved his hand and called for Bai Yunqiandi and the others to leave. Moreover, his speed wasn't fast. It was as if he was walking in his own garden. This was Lin Ling's confidence in leaving this place? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. Lin Ling wanted to leave, but before he left, he reminded everyone that he was leaving. And the so-called leaving was indeed leaving, not escaping at all. What an interesting junior. Those titled celestial emperors also laughed out loud. Freak, he was simply a freak. You think you can leave? Kill. Kill. The Fire Clan Emperor felt that Lin Ling was simply crazy. He finally gave the order to kill. It was time for this joke to end. Treat us as if we don't exist. Die. Die. The entire Xinhuangdiyu's martial artists moved out. One-on-one, there weren't many who could defeat Lin Ling, but there were hundreds of millions. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, he would still die. We'll see how he dies. The Fire Clan Emperor coldly snorted. Lin Ling wanted to leave? He wanted to see how Lin Ling was going to leave. In the sky, killing intent surged, forming a tribulation cloud that rushed towards Lin Ling. Bai Yunqiandi and the others trembled. What a terrifying killing intent. This battle they couldn't win at all. They suddenly looked at Lin Ling, only to find that Lin Ling's pace was still unhurried. He drank his wine and calmly moved forward. At this moment they were speechless. There's no helper ahead. Sigh. The 9 spirits of heaven stared ahead and then smiled bitterly. There was no one there except for the ancient city wall. Could it be that the 4 of them could stop the army? You better speed up and take a look at Xinhuangdi, because we won't be coming back here for a while. Sigh. However, what made the 9 spirits of heaven even more speechless was that Lin Ling actually had a trace of nostalgia for Xinhuangdi. If they weren't familiar with Lin Ling, they would have thought that Lin Ling was scared out of his wits. At this moment, Lin Ling wasn't crazy. His face was calm. He finally arrived at the ancient city wall. His hand gently touched the wall, and a long-lost sense of familiarity appeared in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 1634. One against the world. The Avalon of 5 elements was built by the Realm Master over countless years. It was built with his own hands to protect the entire mortal world. Therefore, Lin Ling felt nostalgic when he saw the Avalon of 5 elements again. In his eye of time, the Avalon of 5 elements was like a friend. He could guess those ancient formation patterns even with his eyes closed. And the Avalon of 5 elements in Xinhuangdiyu was the Avalon of Earth element. What is he doing? Is he stupid? I don't know. He's standing below the city wall. Maybe he knows that there's no hope of escaping, so he's reminiscing about the times when he was alive. Look at him. He's actually reminiscing about the past. What an idiot. Those warriors who pounced on Lin Ling started to mock him. The current Lin Ling was too stupid. He was actually touching the ancient wall and looking at it as if he was looking at his lover. It was no wonder that they were mocking him. However, they didn't know what the ancient wall represented. Those who knew were the Emperor of the Fire Clan and other powerful warriors. However, they didn't care about Lin Ling's actions. Subconsciously, they all thought that the ancient wall had nothing to do with Lin Ling, because the Avalon of 5 elements was difficult to control. Unless he was a powerful warrior with the title of Xiandi, Lin Ling wasn't qualified to touch the secrets of the mortal world. Unfortunately, they didn't know that their thoughts were just wishful thinking. They were about to be disappointed. In Lin Ling's case, everything that was impossible became possible. Rumble. At this moment, the ancient wall surged. War drums sounded and flags flew in the air. Illusions of countless warriors appeared and fought against the world. What? The Emperor of the Fire Clan's expression changed drastically. Was there a change in the Avalon of 5 elements? Not good. Attack immediately. Attack. The elder of the E clan also shouted. He and the emperor of the Fire clan became more and more uneasy. Although they felt that everything was impossible, reality told them that something was about to happen. Their hearts were pounding. Even they couldn't control the Avalon of 5 elements. How could Lin Ling make it resonate with them? What's going on? The crowd was puzzled. What was wrong with the emperor of the Fire clan? Why did they look so flustered? Show your pride, Avalon of 5 elements, immeasurable celestial stone. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling spoke softly. It was as if he was holding an army of thousands of men and horses. At this moment he pointed his sword forward. Boom! The ancient city walls finally awakened. As if the heavens and earth were falling apart, the terrifying power of the law of earth swept out. The city walls rose into the sky, separating heaven and earth. Moreover, huge brown rolling stones began to appear within the city walls. Those rolling stones bloomed with a merciless light and surged towards the people behind. What? The faces of the people who were charging toward Lin Ling all changed. Who would dare to laugh at him now? Rumble. However, the countless rolling stones were still rushing forward. Not only were they massive, but they were also extremely fast, destroying everything in their path. Saint Realm masters who were hit by these rolling stones were reduced to a rain of blood. In a single breath, dozens of experts had fallen. Run! Everyone was in a complete panic and fled one after another. However, it was too late to escape now. The Avalon of 5 elements was able to guard the mortal realm. How could they withstand its power? Rumble! Countless rolling stones were used from the city walls. They were everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Moreover, they were not afraid of source energy. It was simply an invincible rolling stone array. In just an instant, blood flowed like a river on the ground. More than half of the people who went to kill Lin Ling died immediately. Everything was just as Lin Ling said. Those who dared to kill him were waiting to die. Retreat! Even the emperor of the Fire clan and the other experts were afraid and frantically retreated. Rumble! The scene in front could be called hell. The rolling stones rolled over everything. The cultivators who were watching from afar sucked in a breath of cold air. They were lucky that they did not make a move before, otherwise they would have been dead by now. However, they were also fleeing now. Some people looked at the young man below the city walls and couldn't help but tremble. That was a true emperor who could fight against the world alone. As for Xianyuan Johan and the rest, they were stunned as their hearts pounded. Lin Ling had actually hidden such a trump card. Originally, they were definitely going to lose this battle. But who would have known that Lin Ling alone would turn the situation around and sweep through the world, winning the most beautiful battle? Moreover, his opponent wasn't just a single person, but the entire great region. Let's go. Lin Ling stared ahead. He was also surprised by the power of the Avalon of 5 elements. Then he smiled faintly. The 9 spirits of heaven nodded subconsciously. At this moment, Lin Ling's words were like the sky to them. After this battle, your name Lin Ling will be famous in the mortal realm. Baiyun Tiandi said in shock and left with Lin Ling. She looked behind her and suddenly remembered Lin Ling's words. She had to pay attention to Xian Huangdiyu. After leaving this time, she would not be able to return for a period of time at least. And now, Lin Ling's words were indeed accurate. After a long time, Lin Ling and the rest disappeared. In front of the Avalon of 5 elements, the huge rolling stones gradually dissipated and finally turned into soil that scattered on the ground. Obviously, those stones were formed by the law of earth. Looking ahead, there were only a few people left. The countless experts from before had now turned into piles of soil. Heaven and earth were silent. Those who were still alive felt a chill in their hearts. They had offended Lin Ling and had been completely wiped out. Lin Ling. In the distance, the 2 Sure clan experts' faces were ashen. They had lost. With all the experts in the world besieging Lin Ling should have died without a doubt. However, who knew that they had failed? Moreover, Lin Ling had successfully left Xian Huangdiyu and created the first miracle in the mortal realm. They could imagine that after today, the news that Lin Ling had defeated the entire Xian Huangdiyu would be sensational in the mortal realm. How can he be so powerful? Princess Huaxia's expression was complicated. She suddenly felt that Lin Ling and she were people from 2 different worlds. She was on the ground and Lin Ling was freely flying in the sky. Was this the youth she had looked down on from the beginning? What a ferocious fellow! The experts with the title of Celestial Emperor trembled. Not only had Lin Ling won, but he had won beautifully and dealt a heavy blow to the enemy. How did he know the secret of the Avalon of 5 elements? And how did he control it? After he left, the sky is high. We can only look for the next opportunity. Let's go. The 2 Sher clan experts left one after another. They suddenly remembered Lin Ling's words. Heaven and earth allowed him to travel. If he wanted to leave, who could stop him? Now Lin Ling was a man of his words. No matter how many people there were, they could not kill him. It was no wonder that Lin Ling was not afraid in the face of the threat of the Fire Clan Emperor. It turned out that he had kept such a trump card. However, they had wronged Lin Ling because Lin Ling had not thought of using the Avalon of 5 elements to repel the enemy. He had only thought of it when Bai Yun Tiandi inadvertently mentioned it. At this moment, after Lin Ling and the others left, they disappeared without a trace and appeared on the vast red earth. This place was like the Gobi Desert. Sunlight shone from afar, making them feel relaxed. Along the way, Xianyuan Johan and Little Flame were extremely excited, and they chatted incessantly. They were naturally talking about Lin Ling's battle. This is the result of everyone's hard work. Chapter 1635. Stone God, we didn't do anything. Bai Yun Tiandi rolled his eyes at Lin Ling. This guy was really considerate of their feelings. The fact that you're standing by my side means that you're supporting me. Without you, I wouldn't dare to face hundreds of millions of experts. Lin Ling still didn't take all the credit, but Bai Yun Tiandi didn't believe that sentence, because according to her understanding of Lin Ling, this guy was a fearless master. Even if they weren't here, Lin Ling wouldn't be afraid. You can control the sky of fire, and you can even control the sky of earth. Lin Ling, you seem to be omnipotent. After the 9 spirits of heaven became excited, an expression of admiration appeared on his face. The origin of the 9 spirits of heaven was mysterious, but compared to Lin Ling, he felt that Lin Ling was even more mysterious than him. Not only is he omnipotent, but he is also vicious and merciless. Most of the people who chased after us are now dead. Bai Yun Tiandi curled his lips and said. His words made the 9 spirits of heaven tremble. Fortunately, he was friends with Lin Ling. If they were enemies, the consequences would be unimaginable. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Now that there are no longer any pursuers, let's have a good rest. We've been tired enough during this period of time. Lin Ling was completely speechless at these guys. He waved his hand and led them to find a place to rest. At this moment, Xianhuangdiyu was in an abyss of suffering. Rumors were spreading everywhere and gradually spread to Xianyuan and Xianpeng province. What? All the martial artists of Xianhuangdiyu and the 2 Sher clans were dispatched, but they still couldn't catch Lin Ling? This Lin Ling is too crazy. That's nothing. I heard that not only did they fail to capture Lin Ling, many of Xianhuangdiyu's people died. Lin Ling didn't run away. He defeated Xianhuangdiyu. Amazing, amazing. The whole mortal realm was in an uproar. The warriors of the great Xianyuan domain were shocked when they received the news, while the people of Xianpeng province were excited and proud. Their Dongzun had made Xianpeng province proud. Xianyuan, Xianpeng, and Xianhuang were stirred up by Lin Ling alone. It was a quiet night. The night of the Red Earth was not dark at all. On the contrary, there was a faint light. There were ancient rocks all around. They were strange and uncanny, causing people to sigh at the power of nature. Martial artists went against the heavens in order to control the world. But sometimes, thinking about it, this world was not controlled by humans. Humans were ultimately too insignificant compared to the heavens and earth. Lin Ling rested his head on his hands and looked up at the stars in the sky. All sorts of thoughts rose up in his mind, but then he smiled. He didn't have the time to care about the secrets of the world. If he had the time, he wanted to increase his own boundary. His current strength was not bad, but compared to the giants of the mortal realm, it was still not enough. If I can step into the 5th layer Saint realm, my fire attribute martial arts will be even more powerful. Moreover, if the Tyrant Song Sword can be repaired, my strength will rise again. Unfortunately, the Saint realm is too difficult to break through. The resources required are too great. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. There were too many things he needed to do now. Little friend, do you have time to meet me? Right at this moment, an ancient voice resounded in Lin Ling's ears, and it caused his expression to change. After he sat up, he noticed that there was no one in the surroundings. Moreover, Xianyuan Johan and the others were either cultivating or sleeping, so they didn't seem to have heard the voice. Who are you? Lin Ling asked in his heart. He knew that the other party was communicating with him through soul force. They all call me Stone God. If you are interested, you can go east. After half an hour, you will be able to see me. Moreover, coming here will only bring you benefits, no harm. The voice sounded kind and friendly. It didn't seem to have any malicious intent. Lin Ling pondered, but he felt that the other party didn't have any malicious intent. Moreover, he also wanted to know why the other party was looking for him. He didn't inform Xiao Yan and the others and left alone. His journey was uneventful. After half an hour, a huge mountain range appeared in front of him. This mountain range covered an area of 1,000 li. It was as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. Lin Ling stopped in front of the mountain range. Using his soul force, he cautiously scanned the surroundings. After a while he said, "Senior, I'm here." Haha. Haha, you must be Lin Ling amazing, fighting against Xianhuang Dayu alone. More importantly, your cultivation is only at the 4th layer Saint Realm. This is definitely the first time in the mortal realm. Haha. The ancient voice drifted out, causing Lin Ling to frown. He ignored the other party's praise and said indifferently, "Senior, I'm already here. Do you still want to hide?" Haha. What a cautious little guy. However, I'm not hiding. I'm right in front of you. Haha. The voice laughed. The words caused Lin Ling's pupils to dilate. Subconsciously, he looked at the mountain in front of him and said in disbelief, "Could it be? Yes. Yes, I am the stone deity." Haha. The voice seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's thoughts and confirmed. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. In front of him was the mountain. This meant that this senior was the mountain. However, when he looked carefully, it wasn't a mountain but a rock. It was just that the rock was so big that Lin Ling mistook it for a mountain at first. No wonder you're called the stone deity. Haha. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He went straight to the point and said, "Then I wonder why Senior is looking for me? Haha. There's something I need your help with. Only you can help me with. That is to go to a certain place and get me a stone origin core. As for why I need that treasure, it's because I'm a worldly divine stone. However, after so many years I'm turning into a fossil. I need a stone origin core to maintain my original form." Haha. Why should I help you? It's simple. You want to take away the fire spirit princess. I can help you. Yes. The stone deity spoke very straightforwardly and went straight to the point. You can help me? Yes. Lin Ling frowned. To be honest, if he wanted to take away the fire spirit princess, he really needed some help. After all, it was very difficult for him to do that with his current strength. Don't worry, I dare to guarantee that I can do it because I'm one of the 3 great Shi clans in Xianhuangdiyu, the ancestor of the Stone Clan. The stone deity continued, if I show up, the Fire Clan Emperor will definitely give me face. Most importantly, you have someone's aura on you. Although I've never seen that person before, I'm very familiar with him. I also know that the Fire Clan ancestor is very afraid of that person. Therefore, with both of them combined, I should be able to help you. Yes. The ancestor of the Stone Clan? Lin Ling was shocked. This was a character from 10,000 years ago. He was even qualified to be Lin Ling's grandfather's grandfather. Then Lin Ling frowned. That person's aura? Could it be the Realm Lord? Chapter 1636. Devil Cloud Cave. Hearing this, Lin Ling's complexion changed. He suddenly thought of the Dark Dragon Emperor in the Chaotic Demon Sea. Seemed that he had to be careful. He suddenly asked, "Since you know that I have that person's eyes, will you harm me?" Haha, you are really too cautious. You can rest assured that I will not risk my life to attack you because the price is very high. Moreover, I also want you to help my Stone Clan and protect them. Although you are still very weak now, you will definitely return to the throne in the future. This is also the reason why I help you. The reason why I asked you to go to a certain place is because that place is also the place where that man first cultivated, so you should be very familiar with that place. Moreover, the cultivation resources you need now, maybe you can find them there. Stone God continued to speak, making Lin Ling ponder. Finally, he nodded. He had an intuition that Stone God did not deceive him. Here is a memory stone. You can use this stone to find that place. After entering that place, it will depend on you. Moreover, my stone clan will also help you. Seeing you is like seeing our ancestors. When you come back, I will take you to the fire clan. Good. Lin Ling took the memory stone. He saw that the stone was red, and there were complicated patterns engraved on it. It should be the totem of the stone clan. Good luck. Thank you. Lin Ling waved his hand and left. The ancient stone mountain looked at Lin Ling and muttered to itself, "It seems that he has not awakened yet. When he knows who he is one day, he will return to the throne. Now that he is weak, I helped him. I hope that in the future, he will remember my stone clan and protect them." Then the ancient stone mountain fell into a deep sleep again. When Lin Ling returned, the 9 spirits of heaven and the others had already woken up. They were surprised that Lin Ling had disappeared. Lin Ling did not hide anything and roughly told them what had happened. Hearing that, the 9 spirits of heaven and the others were a little excited, because they were also lacking cultivation resources. "Where is the stone pointing?" Baiyun Tiandi asked as he took the stone from Lin Ling's hand. After pouring his spirit energy into it, the stone immediately produced smoke, forming an ancient map in the sky. Staring at the map, Baiyun Tiandi could not help but exclaim, "It's actually the infernal domain." Everyone's expression changed slightly. They never thought that the place with the treasure would be in the demon territory. However, everyone's destination was the demon domain, so they could travel together. Although Lin Ling and the others had escaped from Xianhuangdiyu, they knew that the fire race would not let them go easily. Therefore, it was safer to enter the demon realm. The infernal domain was not far from here. As they advanced, the temperature gradually increased. At a glance, the red soil disappeared, and a golden desert appeared in front of them. Scorching winds and ancient sand spread across the world. From time to time, a sandstorm would roar in the distance. With the help of the climate of this place, earth and wind attribute martial artists could increase their strength by 10%. And the closest city to the demon domain's teleportation array was a city called Ocean Sand City. This place was filled with all sorts of people, and there were many murderers and criminals who committed countless crimes. Most of them were hiding here. If they were wanted by the highest deacon palace in the human world, they could instantly enter the demon domain and escape their pursuit. What a crazy place. There are many titled heavenly emperors here. Lin Ling, currently, you and the 9 spirits of heaven have the strength of a titled heavenly emperor. However, titled heavenly emperors are also divided into strong and weak, silver, gold, and diamond ranks. I belong to the gold rank heavenly emperor. As the few of them chatted along the way, Baiyun Tiandi explained. Baiyun Tiandi and Wu Shang were in the first-degree realm. They belonged to the gold rank. This meant that Emperor Peerless belonged to the silver rank. No wonder the difference between them was so great. And Lin Ling's strength should belong to the silver rank heavenly emperor. As for why there was a division of realms, the reason was that there was a huge difference in strength between titled heavenly emperors. Even if they were in the same realm, the difference was like heaven and earth. Take Lin Ling for example. Because of his high-grade immortal body and powerful soul force, he could defeat 8th-layer saint experts. This was the difference. In addition, there was a time limit for becoming a disciple of the human realm. If one could not become a titled heavenly emperor within 5 years, then one would have to seize the disciple status. However, after becoming a titled heavenly emperor, there was no time limit. Therefore, many of the titled heavenly emperors were older and stronger than the younger generation. This led to a situation where the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Lin Ling, when you reach the 6th-layer saint realm, perhaps you will be invincible in the saint realm. Unless you meet a heavenly emperor, Baiyun Tiandi said. Lin Ling's talent was not weak, and his Saint Rune martial arts were also very strong. According to her knowledge, silver rank heavenly emperor's Saint Rune martial arts were the same as Lin Ling's Saint Rune martial arts, which were at the great accomplishment realm. And gold rank heavenly emperor's Saint Rune martial arts were at the peak of transcendent realm. The few of them chatted as they walked. They wore cloaks and straw hats to cover their appearances. However, there were still some blind fellows who came knocking on their door. One had to know that in this place killing was a common occurrence. The weak had no right to speak. Lin Ling and the others naturally followed the local customs and killed those people. The transmission array gradually came into view. Compared to the transmission array in Ghost Realm, the one in Demon Realm was much bigger and more chaotic. There were many cultivators entering the transmission array. Obviously, the danger in Demon Realm was greater, but there were also more opportunities. Rumble. When Lin Ling and the others entered, the first thing they saw was a dark sky. Demon Chi was rippling in the sky. At any time, cultivators would be swept away by the Demon Chi and disappear. Demon Cloud Cave. I heard that someone has found the ancient ruins. Many experts are rushing over. The ancient ruins, I'm afraid there are many treasures. Most importantly, this is the periphery. There aren't many powerful demons. From the undulating mountain range, voices could be heard from time to time. The 9 spirits of heaven's faces turned ugly. The Demon Cloud Cave was their goal. They didn't expect this secret place to be discovered by others. Damn it, they were faster than us. Bai Yun Tiandi said with dissatisfaction. Don't worry. Although they found the Demon Cloud Cave, it doesn't mean they can find treasures. Lin Ling comforted with a smile. The others nodded and then headed toward the Demon Cloud Cave. The Demon Cloud Cave had been discovered, so Lin Ling and the others arrived there without much effort. There was a crazy battle there. Many corpses were left on the ground, and the treasures on them had been taken away. Most importantly, Lin Ling and the others saw that there were many titled heavenly emperors among the dead. The Demon Cloud Cave was very big, like an abandoned ancient mine. There were many cultivators walking around, but they didn't dare to get close to the Demon Cloud Cave. 9 spirits of heaven, you abandoned child of your family, get over here. At this time, several figures appeared on a black rock in front of them. These people's strength was extremely terrifying. There were several gold-level heavenly emperors, and their strength had reached the peak of the Saint Realm. It's the Xianyuan family, someone in the distance exclaimed. The Xianyuan family was an ancient family in the ancient immortal plateau. They were also one of the deacons of earthly paradise. It was said that the people of this family were the descendants of God, and no one dared to provoke them. Chapter 1637. He's the leader. Didn't you hear that? Those experts called the 9 spirits of heaven abandoned. This means that the 9 spirits of heaven have been abandoned by their families. Haha, that's a good show. I wonder if the 9 spirits of heaven will go there on their knees. The crowd began to discuss. At this moment beside Lin Ling, the 9 spirits of heaven's expression changed. His eyes were cold, but he remained silent. Obviously, he was afraid of the Xianyuan family, and their relationship was extremely bad. Lin Ling did not look at those people. His eyes were still looking ahead. He realized that the reason why no one dared to enter the demonic cloud cave was because there were terrifying demonic creatures in the demonic cloud cave. They were apes with demonic energy rippling all over their bodies. They were extremely strong and could release origin source strength with just a raise of their hands. No wonder so many people had died in front. So that's why. Those demonic apes are very powerful, but their intelligence doesn't seem to be very high. Lin Ling was still watching with his eyes of time. He gradually saw a flaw. Those demonic apes did not seem to rely on aura to detect their enemies, but on their sense of smell. This meant that as long as one could hide from the demonic ape's sense of smell, they could enter the demonic cloud cave. Then Lin Ling stared at the corpses of the demonic apes in front of him. Although the demonic apes were terrifying, the titled Celestial Emperor's counterattacks were also very powerful. Therefore, they had perished together with the demonic apes. Aren't you going to get over here? So you're with Bai Yun Tiandi. No wonder you're so confident. But do you think Bai Yun Tiandi can protect you alone? Bai Yun Tiandi, we respect your strength, but this is a matter of the Xianyuan family. You'd better not interfere. Those from the Xianyuan family said indifferently. Their leader, a handsome young man with long green hair, spoke coldly. He was Xianyuan Jiuxing, a gold-level titled Celestial Emperor. Their words were obviously a heavy threat. They wanted Bai Yuntiandi to leave by himself. The white-robed celestial emperor is not a fool. She will not offend Xinyuan Zhouxing for the sake of the 9 spirits of heaven. I'm afraid she will leave soon. It was not difficult for many people to guess Bai Yuntiandi's decision, and there were many gold-rank titled heavenly emperors who were gloating, because if it were them, they would not offend the Xinyuan family for an ant. At this moment, Bai Yuntiandi's brows were tightly knitted. Obviously, she didn't want to offend the other party, but she couldn't abandon the 9 spirits of heaven. This made her very difficult. The 9 spirits of heaven didn't want to make things difficult for Bai Yuntiandi, so he smiled and said, Bai Yuntiandi, you should leave. This is my business. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to choose. If you don't leave, don't blame us for killing you. In the distance, Xinyuan Zhouxing smiled coldly. His words were extremely domineering. They had more people on their side, so killing Bai Yuntiandi wouldn't be difficult. Although the 9 spirits of heaven were members of the Xinyuan family, for some reason the 9 spirits of heaven were abandoned by the family. In addition, the 9 spirits of heaven had offended many people in the past, so the younger generation of the Xinyuan family wanted to teach them a lesson. 1, 2. Xinyuan Zhouxing counted. The surrounding people were even more expectant. Although they were all heavenly emperors, strength still represented everything. The 9 spirits of heaven were extremely loyal and didn't want to implicate Lin Ling and the others, so Bai Yuntiandi remained silent. Let's go, Bai Yuntiandi, Lin Ling, you too. 3. At this time, Xinyuan Zhouxing's cold voice sounded as if he had opened the door to killing. It seems like you've chosen to help the 9 spirits of heaven. Xinyuan Zhouxing nodded and raised his right hand. 9 stars aligned and an ancient Xinyuan aura filled the air. He's dead. Bai Yuntiandi is so scared that he doesn't even dare to say a word. Many people shook their heads, but they felt that it was normal. Who would dare to speak when facing a member of the Xinyuan family? Get the fuck out of here. However, at this time a cold voice sounded. It was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone. Get the fuck out? Someone asked Xinyuan Zhouxing to get the fuck out? The crowd looked at the person who had spoken and found that it was a young man in the 4th heaven of the Saint Realm. Although this young man had been there all along, they had ignored him because his cultivation was too low. However, no one had expected that the young man would speak when Bai Yuntiandi hadn't said a word. Who gave him the right to speak? Xinyuan Zhouxing was also very surprised. He stared at the young man and said, When you said get the fuck out, are you talking about me, Xinyuan Zhouxing? The young man was none other than Lin Ling. Although Bai Yuntiandi didn't say anything because he was afraid of the other party, the leader of the 4 was Lin Ling. The 9 spirits of heaven had gone through life and death together. In Lin Ling's heart they were already brothers. How could Lin Ling swallow his anger when his brothers were insulted? So your name is Xinyuan Zhouxing. Very well, Xinyuan Zhouxing. Get the fuck out of here. Lin Ling's mouth twitched as he spat out another sentence. He didn't know the grudge between the 9 spirits of heaven and the latter, but as brothers, he wouldn't back down. Boom! Many people's hearts exploded. This time he had called out their names. Good. Bai Yuntiandi, you are the strongest. You don't dare to speak, so you let a junior speak? Xinyuan Zhouxing was so angry that he laughed. He thought that it was Bai Yuntiandi's idea. I'm sorry. Among the 4 of us, he is the leader. This time Bai Yuntiandi spoke without any hesitation. He's the leader? Everyone was surprised again. They carefully looked at Lin Ling. If they didn't know that Bai Yuntiandi was arrogant and wouldn't lie, they would even think that they were dreaming. Most importantly, they noticed that after the young man spoke, Bai Yuntiandi didn't seem to be afraid of Xinyuan Zhouxing anymore. What kind of person was this? His cultivation level wasn't high, but his words were like a stabilizing needle. Even a gold-level titled Celestial Emperor listened to his orders. This was too fake. They didn't know that Bai Yuntiandi had witnessed Lin Ling's miracle. At this moment she was completely convinced by Lin Ling. In addition, seeing that Lin Ling was so fearless, she knew that Lin Ling definitely had a way to deal with Xinyuan Zhouxing. Xinyuan Zhouxing was also shocked. This was the first time he looked at Lin Ling. However, he found that Lin Ling didn't have anything special about him. Do you know the price of telling me to fuck off? Xinyuan Zhouxing said coldly. His eyes were full of murderous intent. There's no need to put on an act in front of me. If you dare to touch my brother, I only have one word for you: fuck off. Lin Ling was still unafraid. His frivolous and domineering attitude caused more people to suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. At this time Lin Ling spoke again. None of you know how to enter the Devil Cloud Cave, but I have a way. However, there are ugly flies buzzing around. Before they are dealt with, I won't announce the method to enter the Devil Cloud Cave. Silence. The moment Lin Ling's words came out, the crowd fell into silence. They had long wanted to enter the Devil Cloud Cave, but there was a terrifying devil ape outside, so they couldn't do anything about it. But now the young man said that he had a way to enter. How could they miss such an opportunity? Are you lying to us? An expert said indifferently. This person was very old with white hair, but his strength wasn't much weaker than Xianyuan Zhouxing. If you have a way, I can promise you. Another expert said. Chapter 1638. Brothers, even at the cost of their lives. Since I dared to say it, I naturally won't lie to you. Of course, words are not proof. I will verify it myself, but before that, you trash have to get out of my sight. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He had been so confident before because he had thought of a way to deal with it. Regardless of the other party's background and strength, if they dared to touch Lin Ling's brother, Lin Ling would still dare to challenge them. Lin Ling, thank you. The 9 spirits of heaven looked at Lin Ling with gratitude. Their eyes were red. Lin Ling waved his hand and looked at the crowd indifferently. The crowd fell silent as they analyzed Lin Ling's words. No matter how they looked at it, they could still participate in the bet because Lin Ling wanted to verify it himself. Since Lin Ling had failed and was torn apart by the devil ape, how could they not dare to take the bet? Xianyuan Zhouxing, get out of my sight. An expert shouted angrily. You're courting death. Xianyuan Zhouxing's face turned ferocious. He was a descendant of God who gave him the guts. Get out of my sight. However, the crowd shouted angrily. They wanted Xianyuan Zhouxing to get out of their sight. If you don't get out of my sight, don't blame us for bullying you with numbers. An old man said coldly. No matter how strong Xianyuan Zhouxing was, he would still die if he offended the crowd. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to choose. If you don't leave, don't blame us for killing you. At this time Lin Ling's voice drifted out. Xianyuan Zhouxing's eyes narrowed. He had said those words before, but Lin Ling had returned them to him. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only a 4th-layer saint. This was the first time in his life that Xianyuan Zhouxing dared to threaten him with such strength. Do you think you can kill me? Xianyuan Zhouxing gritted his teeth. 1. Lin Ling ignored him and counted out the number. 2. Xianyuan Zhouxing's heart skipped a beat every time he counted out the number. He could feel that the murderous aura of the crowd was getting thicker and thicker, as if they were being summoned by Lin Ling. 3. Lin Ling finally spat out a word coldly. Kill. The crowd's murderous aura surged. Only by driving Xianyuan Zhouxing away would they be able to enter the demonic cloud cave. Xiao xiao xiao. One after another, masters rushed out. All of them were at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, and there were even 1 or 2 10 directions martial emperors. Crazy. A mere 4th-level Saint Realm Ant had actually summoned a martial emperor expert. Leave. Xianyuan Zhouxing roared. What else could he do? You're lucky that you're fast enough. Xiao 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 of xiao xiao of xiao xiao, STS. Such words undoubtedly caused Xianyuan Zhouxing to feel like spitting blood, and he wished for nothing more than to make a move and annihilate that ant. Of course, he could only think about it. After all, the people in the surroundings wouldn't agree to it. Gradually, Xianyuan Zhouxing and the others left. Xianyuan Zhouhan looked at Lin Ling gratefully. Previously, when the Xianyuan family had arrived, he had thought that he would definitely be taught a lesson. At that time, he didn't want to involve Lin Ling, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would stand up for him? Lin Ling had called him brother, and in the end Xianyuan Zhouxing, who he feared, had fled. Xiao 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 was willing to sacrifice himself for him. The 9 spirits of heaven remembered this favor and willingly regarded Lin Ling as their boss. He had been bullied his whole life, but now he had a boss to help him. Haha. Big brother is the best. Little Flame laughed. He had long regarded Lin Ling as his big brother. Now Lin Ling had fulfilled the responsibility of a leader. I was just lucky. Lin Ling shook his head. He was indeed lucky. If he hadn't found a way to enter the demonic cloud cave, Xinyuan Zhouhun would have been taught a lesson. However, he was also secretly shocked. Xinyuan Zhouhun's origin was very powerful. Those people from the Xinyuan family were obviously extremely terrifying existences in the mortal world. Your Excellency, can we start now? The surrounding warriors came back and looked at Lin Ling. They had no friendship with Lin Ling. They would not hesitate to kill Lin Ling. However, in this world, there were no eternal friends or eternal enemies. There were only eternal interests. Yes. Lin Ling nodded and walked to the front of the demon cloud cave step by step. Then he came to the front of a dead demon ape. He tore open its black fur and smeared a large amount of blood and flesh on his body. This? Baiyun Tiandi's eyes twitched. What is Lin Ling doing? It's too disgusting. The crowd also widened their eyes. Smearing a corpse's flesh on one's body was indeed a bit difficult for noble warriors to do. This guy is ruthless. An old man shook his head helplessly. However, he was also curious about what Lin Ling was doing. However, Lin Ling was extremely patient. He smeared the demon ape's flesh all over his body, leaving no holes. Only then did he let out a light breath and strode forward. Previously, he had seen with his eye of time that the demon ape's nostrils twitched slightly before attacking the warriors. It seemed that they were searching for the enemy through their sense of smell. He's going to enter the demon cloud cave just like that? If he fails, he will die. With his courage, even if he fails, I was willing to help him before. Many warriors voiced their opinions. That young man was simply a madman. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, demonic chi billowed out. On the ground, terrifying demon apes crawled out. Their bodies were completely black, and only their eyes were blood red. That aura made people tremble with fear. The warriors became nervous. They stared at Lin Ling, wanting to see the result. Pa! However, Lin Ling was fearless and took a step forward. Roar! The surrounding demon apes roared, erupting with a ferocious aura that could tear apart heaven and earth. However, Lin Ling took another step forward. What surprised everyone was that the demon apes seemed to be blind. After roaring, they only sniffed around. Even when Lin Ling walked past them, they did not seem to notice. Same kind. The demon apes regarded Lin Ling as their own kind. Amazing! Seeing Lin Ling walk past the demon apes, the warriors became excited. They could enter the demonic cloud cave. Then they looked at Lin Ling with deep gratitude. No matter what, Lin Ling had risked his life to open the key to the demonic cloud cave for them. This moment Lin Ling was excited. This method had succeeded. The reason why he had announced this method was that no one knew what dangers lay within the demonic cloud cave. Therefore, the more people that entered, the safer it would be. Moreover, even if more people entered, Lin Ling believed that the real treasure would belong to him. This was because the demonic cloud cave was the first place that person cultivated. Big Brother succeeded. Let's learn from him and smear the demon ape's flesh and enter. Little Flame chuckled. Everyone was surprised by Lin Ling's courage and attentiveness. Only he felt that it was normal because his big brother was omnipotent. No, I don't want to. Baiyun Tiandi kept shaking her head. She was a woman and had mysophobia. Did she want to smear dirty things on her body? The 9 spirits of heaven smiled bitterly. It seemed that in order to become stronger, one had to pay a lot. Chapter 1639. Treasures left behind by the former world lord. The demon cloud cave was like an abandoned mine. On the hard rock walls there were large and small holes. They were like demons with their mouths wide open, luring everyone in. Lin Ling's footsteps came to a halt. The Eye of Time appeared and he quietly observed. Finally, a sense of familiarity arose. It was as if he had been here a long time ago. He knew that this was the power of the Eye of Time, because this was the place where that person first cultivated. The eyes he left behind for Lin Ling contained the secrets of this place. It also allowed Lin Ling to know where the treasures were hidden. So he was alone at the start, like an abandoned child of the heavens and earth. He was chased by countless powerhouses and finally fled here. He also preserved the cultivation treasures in case he needed them. But in the following days he grew even stronger. Thus, He didn't come back to take the treasures he left behind. Lin Ling finally saw that person's youthful appearance. At that time, the World Lord was only 15 or 16 years old. His features were childish and his lips were pursed. He had a stubborn and unyielding will. And this was also the place where the young World Lord rose to prominence. He didn't know why, but looking at this youth, Lin Ling felt like he was looking at himself. They had the same martial arts heart, the same persistence and tenacity, and their willpower slowly grew stronger. The difference was that this youth eventually became the #1 World Lord of the heavens and earth. As for Lin Ling, he was still fighting and hadn't reached the peak of the heavens and earth. "I'll catch up to you," Lin Ling muttered to himself. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a confident smile. "Lin Ling, what should we do next?" The 9 spirits of heaven had been waiting for Lin Ling. When they entered this place, Lin Ling had stopped. This left them with no choice but to wait in place. They also saw that in the distance, there were martial artists who had entered even deeper. They had likely already obtained some good treasures. This made them very jealous. They only obtained some small benefits. The real treasures will belong to me. At the same time, Lin Ling laughed, causing the 9 spirits of heaven to be excited. They liked hearing Lin Ling's confident words. "Follow me." Lin Ling didn't stay any longer. He led the group in another direction. Along the way, the 9 spirits of heaven almost fainted. Finally, they arrived at a valley. The surroundings were quiet. There were pitch-black caves on the walls. However, they could see that outside some of the caves, there were large amounts of corpses lying on the ground. Clearly, there were people who wanted to enter the caves, but they were killed by the dangers inside. The 9 spirits of heaven sucked in a breath of cold air. What was this mysterious cave hiding? Then, just as they were about to ask Lin Ling, they saw that Lin Ling had already stepped into one of the caves. This made them nervous. "It's fine, come in." At this moment, Lin Ling's voice came from within the cave. Moreover, an arm stretched out from the darkness and waved at them. "Big brother, you're too bold." However, he doesn't seem to have encountered any danger. His luck is pretty good. Little Flame and Baiyun Tiandi said to each other and hurried over. If there was no danger in that cave, there must be some great treasure. Sure enough, after they stepped into the cave, the treasures inside caused them to suck in a breath of cold air. Heavenly Milk Sacred Stone. Whirlpool Essence Brain. There's even a Mother of Iron. We're rich, we're rich. In just a moment, the group let out a crazy laugh. This was a treasure trove. Even the knowledgeable Baiyun Tiandi was incoherent at this moment, dancing with joy. It had to be known that ordinary treasures were nothing to a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse. Their cultivation effects were also poor. However, the treasures in this cave were of the utmost importance. They could be used to break through realms easily. Moreover, many of the treasures were rare materials for refining weapons. For example, the Mother of Iron. Although its name seemed ordinary, it was the mother of all iron ores. According to legend, it was born when the heavens and earth were split apart. In the mortal world, only one piece had ever appeared. As for the Heavenly Milk Sacred Stone, it was a stalactite hanging from the rock wall. At the tip of the stalactite, the milk dripping down was the half-saint's essence. Most importantly, this half-saint's essence was inexhaustible. Sure enough, we're rich. Lin Ling's heart was also jumping. Although he already knew that there were countless treasures in the cave, seeing it with his own eyes still made him excited. He had always lacked cultivation resources. Therefore, when facing strong enemies, he had to rely on other methods to deal with them. But now he had the qualifications. He wanted to see how many powerhouses existed in the Heavenly Emperor's world. Collect them. 9 spirits of heaven, why are you being so careful? There are countless treasures here. What's the big deal if you destroy a few? The group began to get busy. Lin Ling saw that the 9 spirits of heaven was collecting some kind of heavenly rare herb, while he was lying on the ground slowly digging. This made Lin Ling grumble. Ha, boss is right. I forgot that we're rich. The 9 spirits of heaven awkwardly scratched the back of their heads and laughed. While Lin Ling and the others were collecting treasures, Little Flame, who was guarding outside the cave, had a conflict with someone else. What do you want? Nothing, just looking around. You should know that the demonic cloud cave is not your home. You don't have the qualifications to monopolize this place. Besides, if you don't let us go in and take a look, do you have anything to gain? The voices from outside the cave made Lin Ling frown. He ordered the 9 spirits of heaven to continue collecting and strode out. Sneaking around, what kind of warrior are you? Get out of the way, I want to enter the cave and take a look. That's enough. The cave has always been here, but you didn't dare to enter. Now that we've entered, you're making trouble. The voices continued to come from outside the cave. Are you done with your nonsense? Let me tell you, I've had my eyes on this cave for a long time. It's just that you've beaten me to it. I haven't blamed you for snatching my cave. Now get out of my way. Or don't blame me for being rude. Your Excellency, we just want to enter and take a look. We won't make trouble. You'd better get out of the way. There were many voices outside, each with their own opinions, but their goal was the same. They all wanted to enter the cave. Who dares to mess around? Lin Ling quickened his pace and appeared outside the cave. The appearance of the ancient divine emperor shocked the outside of the cave into silence. It's you, Lin Ling? After a while, a surprised voice came from the crowd outside the cave. Lin Ling looked over and saw that it was Minister Yu, the number 1 in the West Mountain of the 7 emperors of the world. This surprised Lin Ling. However, Minister Yu was even more surprised, and there was a cold smile on his face. It was as if he had been looking for Lin Ling for a long time and finally found Lin Ling. However, Minister Yu was even more surprised, and there was a cold smile on his face. It was as if he had been looking for Lin Ling for a long time and finally found Lin Ling. He smiled and said, Lin Ling, it's rumored that you died in Xianhuangdao. I didn't expect you to be so lucky to appear here. Obviously, he didn't know that Lin Ling had fought Xianhuangdao alone, because he had already appeared in the demon area at that time. Lin Ling sneered and didn't say anything. He took a step forward and punched out with the ancient divine emperor's fist. Chapter 1640. Weaklings have no right to choose. Pop, 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 pop. With a punch, the space exploded. The ancient god emperor appeared, and it was even clearer now. He had bronze skin and solid muscles, appearing behind Lin Ling like a guardian god. Earth Tier 10th grade talent. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect this youth who suddenly appeared to be so strong. Minister Yu's expression changed drastically. Last time, he lost to Lin Ling under the 7 Emperors' Heaven. At that time, he felt that Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than him. But who knew that Lin Ling's strength increased again, and it actually gave him a strong sense of oppression, as if he was the sky above his head. Boom! With a punch, Minister Yu's origin energy was destroyed, and he was smashed to the ground, causing the earth to crack. With the power of 12 universes, plus the power to collapse space, the current Minister Yu was as weak as a dog when facing Lin Ling. Pa! Lin Ling stepped on Minister Yu's body, and looked at the crowd indifferently. Is there anyone else who wants to go in? His voice was calm, but it carried a strong sense of viciousness, and was overbearing beyond compare. The reason why Lin Ling was so violent at the beginning and defeated Minister Yu ruthlessly was because he wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The surrounding martial artists were silent. They were mostly disciples of the mortal realm, and there were a few heavenly emperor powerhouses among them. But at this moment they were all extremely fearful. Lin Ling, kill me if you have the ability. On the ground, Minister Yu's bones were broken, and he spat out blood as he roared. He still wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but he was easily taught a lesson by Lin Ling. All of you don't have to be afraid of him. He's only strong in appearance. Think about it, he's guarding the cave entrance so overbearingly. Then there's naturally countless treasures in the cave. And he's just one person, and you have so many people, why are you afraid of him? Minister Yu roared again, bewitching everyone. Lin Ling wanted to teach him a lesson, so how could he let Lin Ling have it easy? He wanted to see Lin Ling's regretful look. Regret offending him. When the surrounding people heard that, they became restless. Indeed, they had more people. Who dares to mess around? Little Flame also roared furiously. In front of a treasure, these people would obviously take the risk. Therefore, he was already prepared to fight to the death. If you're not afraid of death, then come at me. At this moment, Lin Ling's body trembled, and numerous figures appeared behind him. Those figures were none other than Lin Ling himself. One man turned into an army of 10,000, and all of them looked around coldly. Lin Ling wanted to see who had more people. Unless there was a gold-level Heavenly Emperor powerhouse here, otherwise, he was not afraid of anyone. So fierce. A terrifying aura surged toward them. At a glance, they could see that the crowd was densely packed with venerable sovereigns. The crowd around them gaped and didn't dare to move. If it was just Lin Ling, they could still win by relying on the advantage of numbers. But was there even a single Lin Ling? I'm not participating. He's already unleashed such terrifying strength when we just met. If we really fight, he might be able to unleash even more strength. Not worth it. Many people turned around and left. At the same time, they were curious about who that young man was and why he was so strong. Bastard! Minister Yu immediately gritted his teeth. Previously he had bewitched everyone to use the numbers tactic, but now Lin Ling had given him a slap in the face. Comparing numbers, Lin Ling turned into an army of 10,000. Lin Ling, kill me if you have the ability. Minister Yu also knew that the demon domain was not the same as the Seven Emperors' heaven. If he met Lin Ling, he would definitely die. Therefore, he also threw caution to the wind. If he wanted to kill him, then kill him. He would not lower his head and beg for mercy. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He kept his doppelgangers and walked back. He squatted down and looked at Minister Yu. At the same time, he patted his face. In this world, strength represents everything. The strong can dominate anything, including the lives of the weak. Do you want to die? Unfortunately, in front of me, you can't die even if you want to. After saying that, Lin Ling punched out and shattered Minister Yu's dantian and meridians. Minister Yu let out a painful cry. His entire body was crippled. Lin Ling. Minister Yu's heart trembled. Lin Ling was humiliating him. In front of Lin Ling, he couldn't die even if he wanted to. He had no choice. Let's go, Little Flame. Lin Ling beckoned to Little Flame, leaving Minister Yu lying on the ground. He could use him to intimidate everyone. This method is ruthless enough. He can't even choose to die? The people in the distance narrowed their eyes. They didn't dare to touch that cave. After Lin Ling returned to the cave, Bai Yuntiandi and Little Flame laughed. They weren't worried about Lin Ling because they knew that this guy wasn't a pushover. Lin Ling's eyes were fixed on the harvest on the ground. In the eye of time, this cave had the most treasures and the most expensive ones. He hoped to find the heart of rock origin. Did you find the heart of rock origin? Is it this treasure? Yes. Bai Yuntiandi took out a gray stone. The stone was emitting smoke and looked very mysterious. This is a treasure that can greatly help Earth attribute martial artists. It can increase their martial arts comprehension and talent. The 9 spirits of heaven said. Unfortunately, he wasn't an Earth attribute martial artist, so the treasure was useless to him. Haha, it's this. Yes. Lin Ling quickly stepped forward and took the heart of rock origin. He had promised to find this treasure for the stone god. Now that he had found it, he could ask the stone god to help him go to the fire tribe. After the stone god's task was completed, the several people immediately divided the treasures. Lin Ling, this cave was found by you. You can take the biggest share. Bai Yuntiandi said to Lin Ling with a smile. She didn't expect that when her sister introduced Lin Ling to her in the past, not only would Lin Ling help her improve her talent, he would also give her a great harvest. She looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes, and a thought flashed in her mind. For the first time she had a strange feeling. Then she blushed. I am a Gold Celestial Emperor level expert, his senior sister. How can I be tempted by him? She didn't know why, but she liked to stay by Lin Ling's side. This made her feel extremely complicated. Unfortunately, the feelings between men and women were subtle, especially after experiencing life and death together. Feelings were even more uncontrollable. Lin Ling was handsome and had all kinds of mysterious methods. Any woman would be tempted by him. Bai Yuntiandi was no exception. It was just that she didn't want to admit it. No need. Since we've gone through life and death together, we'll split the harvest equally. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. In the Fire Clan, Bai Yuntiandi and the others could leave by themselves, but they didn't. They accompanied Lin Ling to face the oppression of the Fire Clan, so Lin Ling wouldn't burn the bridge after crossing the river. This? Bayuntiandi said awkwardly. Bayuntiandi, I say you don't have to be so pretentious. We're brothers, there's no need to be like this. Also, why is your face so red? The 9 spirits of heaven weren't polite. In front of the boss, if they were polite, how could they still be brothers? Ah, Bayuntiandi exclaimed. Previously, she was thinking about a mess of things, which caused her face to unconsciously turn red. It was worth mentioning that she wasn't very beautiful, but her complexion was very good, giving people a clean feeling. Chapter 1641. On the road again. In addition to the cultivation items, Lin Ling also collected many fire attribute treasures. What was even more precious was that he found many materials for forging divine weapons. During this period, Lin Ling had been fighting with the flames with his fists because the tyrannical song sword was on the verge of shattering. Now the tyrannical song sword could slowly be repaired. I wonder who the owner of the demonic cloud cave is. He actually collected so many treasures. Yes, our cave is only one of them. There are many treasures in other places. Bayuntiandi and the others all spoke. Their cave was obviously the one with the greatest harvest. Lin Ling smiled. He naturally knew who the owner was, but he didn't say it because there was no need to. Then Lin Ling suggested, next I'm going to go to a place alone. I'll be separated from everyone for the time being. In the demonic cloud cave there was a place Lin Ling had to go. One of the most important treasures of the Realm Lord was left there. That place was not very useful to Bayuntiandi and the others, so Lin Ling planned to separate for the time being. Okay, we'll wait for you outside the demonic cloud cave. Yes. The 9 spirits of heaven didn't ask for the reason and directly nodded. He guessed that Lin Ling had his own things to do. There are many treasures in the demon region. We'll also look for other treasures outside. Lin Ling, come find us after you leave the demonic cloud cave. Bayuntiandi said. They soon separated, and Lin Ling went on alone. Now that he had cultivation resources, it wasn't difficult for him to raise his cultivation level. However, he had to get the most important treasure of the demonic cloud cave immediately. Otherwise, if it was taken by others, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Although he knew where the treasure was, it was possible for others to find it by accident. Along the way, more and more memories appeared in Lin Ling's eyes, making him more familiar with this place. Even so, he was still careful because so many years had passed, and no one knew what had changed here. It was right to be careful. After passing through several caves, Lin Ling blasted open the rock walls and found another path from the caves. After turning left and right, he finally appeared on top of a cliff. He walked along the cliff, and there was a small winding path at the edge of the cliff. The sky was the rock wall, and it was pitch black, as if there was a terrifying danger. In such a place, Lin Ling naturally Lin Ling you as they moved forward. The thick smell of blood permeated the air. Lin Ling looked at the bottom of the cliff, where there were layers of ancient stairs leading upwards. However, at that moment on the stairs, broken flesh and bones were scattered everywhere. Moreover, there were large numbers of black exotic beasts feasting in groups of 2s and 3s. It made one's scalp tingle. Obviously there were people here, but they encountered the rats of the demon territory, so they were all wiped out. As he moved forward, Lin Ling saw several powerhouses desperately resisting. In front of them was a dense swarm of demon rats. These demon rats had extremely strong defenses, and were not afraid of source energy attacks. They were extremely terrifying. Lin Ling saw a Peak Saint Realm Heavenly Emperor being bitten by a demon rat. He immediately lost the ability to fight. Obviously, these demon rats were poisonous. Even a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse would fall here. The demon territory was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling secretly felt lucky. If he had not walked on the cliff with his current strength, it would have been difficult for him to escape death. In the end, Lin Ling watched the powerhouses die. He shook his head and continued on his way. The demon territory and the ghost territory were the same, but the ghost territory had the Yellow Springs Mountain, so it didn't look terrifying. However, if he entered the Reincarnation City, it would be different. There were many ghost clans in the Reincarnation City, and they were as strong as the demon territory. As he moved forward, he seemed to have reached the top of the mountain. There were black clouds and dense demon chi. He could faintly hear voices. Who are you? How did you get here? Now piss off or you'll die. Xianyuan Zhouxing, given the current situation, you will definitely die if I leave. This lightning demon celestial stone is currently being supported by the strength of both of us. If I am not around, can you block it alone? You're not bad, you're a gold cultivator. But how come I've never heard of you? When did you enter the great emperor's world? I'm Dugu Kong Lei from Champion University. Let's not talk about useless things. The most important thing is to get the treasure. There weren't many people at the top of the mountain, only 2. They weren't from the same group. Lin Ling's eyes twinkled. He had heard from them that he had seen them before. One of them was Xianyuan Zhouxing, the other was Dugu Kong Lei. Back then, when Lin Ling had challenged the Xian list, Dugu Kong Lei was a strong celestial emperor. However, the 2 of them seemed to be in trouble. Lin Ling jumped down from the cliff and landed on the top of the mountain. He glanced around and saw that there was a gigantic black thunderbolt at the top of the mountain. It was falling down, but 2 people were blocking it. Those 2 people were Xianyuan Zhouxing and Dugu Kong Lei. In the distance there was a stone house. It looked peaceful, but it looked mysterious. The stone house was where the treasure was, but nobody could get close to it. Xianyuan Zhouxing and Dugu Kong Lei were blocking the gigantic black thunderbolt. Senior Windchaser's treasure. My Xianyuan family spent a lot of resources to finally find it. Dugu Kong Lei, you should back down and hold on to the magic stones for me. As long as I get the treasure, I'll give you enough compensation. Xianyuan Zhouxing, as far as I know, Master Zhuai Feng's historical remains were announced by an old man from the great region of Xianyuan. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, you didn't open the demon cloud cave, so you're lying to yourself. Bastard, I'm telling you that treasure is mine. The 2 people were still talking. Neither of them was willing to give way to the other. You're fighting so fiercely, why don't you give it to me? At this moment, Lin Ling's figure appeared, walking forward with a smile. It's you. The 2 of them exclaimed at the same time. They naturally knew who Lin Ling was. How did you get here? You should know that the road here is full of danger. Several experts of my Xianyuan clan died before I could reach the top of the mountain safely. Xianyuan Zhouxing's eyes narrowed in shock. Dugu Kong Lei's expression also changed slightly. He could see that Lin Ling was only a 4th-layer saint. This kind of strength belonged to the lowest realm in the Devil Cloud Cave, but he had still come this far. Could it be that he knew some kind of shortcut? Get lost. I didn't kill you last time, but now you dare to appear again. Don't make me angry, or I'll kill you immediately. I can tell you this demon cloud cave belongs to my Xianyuan clan. Xianyuan Zhouxing didn't know how Lin Ling could get here. His face was full of killing intent. If it weren't for the magic stones above his head, he would have killed Lin Ling already. Xianyuan Zhouxing, you're really thick-skinned. I opened the demon cloud cave, but now it's your home? Chapter 1642. Entering the stone house, get lost. Xianyuan Zhouxing became even more furious. Was this guy trying to take advantage of the situation? Xianyuan Zhouxing, you can kill him, but the result will be mutual destruction. You can see that the ancient thing above us is not something I can block alone. Dugu Kong Lei said with a smile. His sword was blocking the demon stone in the sky, so if Xianyuan Zhouxing went to kill Lin Ling, all 3 of them would die under the demon stone. Xianyuan Zhouxing did not dare to move and stood there in a daze. Lin Ling continued to move forward, taking advantage of their fear, so he dared to approach the stone house. Lin Ling, be careful, that stone house was left behind by Senior Windchaser. It is not easy to get close to it. Dugu Kong Lei said with the intention of helping Lin Ling. Only a 4th-layer saint, to be able to reach here is already not bad. You actually want to obtain Senior Windchaser's treasures. You really don't know your own limits. Xianyuan Zhouxing calmed down and did not get angry because he felt that Lin Ling would die in front of the stone house. Senior Windchaser? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The demonic cloud cave was left behind by the Realm Lord. How did it become Senior Windchaser? Then he guessed that no one knew that the so-called Senior Windchaser was the Realm Lord. The reason was simple, because this was the place where the Realm Lord broke through his bottleneck when he was young. At that time he was not famous. As Lin Ling moved forward, the tranquil stone house emitted a powerful pressure that prevented anyone from approaching, causing Lin Ling's steps to become heavy and his body to tremble. Haha, go, we will join hands to block the demon stone for you and watch you snatch the treasures. Xianyuan Zhouxing sneered. His words carried the intention of ridiculing Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not pay attention to him and continued to move forward. Every step was as difficult as ascending the heavens, and the ancient power of the stone house seemed to want to tear his body apart. Fortunately, Lin Ling's body was extremely strong, otherwise he would have suffered. Moreover, the stone house had been submerged for 100 years, and seemed to have its own consciousness. Seeing that it could not destroy Lin Ling, a terrifying willpower turned into an awe and attacked Lin Ling's soul. Unfortunately, compared to his body, Lin Ling's soul was more terrifying. Therefore, that willpower's willpower was unable to shake Lin Ling's soul. After an unknown period of time, the heavy burden on Lin Ling's body finally disappeared. His entire body was dripping with sweat. In this short period of time, he had actually fought several battles with powerhouses. But in front of him, the ancient stone house remained motionless. The door opened, revealing pitch-black darkness within. Tutu. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he stepped in. Bastard! Seeing Lin Ling's action, Xianyuan Zhouxing finally let out an angry voice. He saw Lin Ling step into the stone house with his own eyes, and he could do nothing. Dugu Konglei's eyes flickered. He did not expect Lin Ling to succeed. He and Xianyuan Zhouxing had helped him. However, what surprised the two of them was that after Lin Ling entered, the stone house fell silent, and no strange scenes appeared. Haha, looks like he's dead. Xianyuan Zhouxing's expression changed quickly, and he laughed gloatingly. He did not think that Lin Ling could obtain the ancient treasure. Dead? Dugu Konglei frowned. At this moment, after Lin Ling stepped into the stone house, it was as if he entered the water. An indescribable feeling hit him in the face, causing him to cry out in pain, and then he fainted. Time seemed to be frozen, and it was as if thousands of years had passed. When Lin Ling woke up, he found that there was a sudden change in him. Although the change was not big, it was still noticed by Lin Ling. His soul force unknowingly reached level 137, continuously increasing by 5 levels. Moreover, a memory that did not belong to him quietly appeared. The memories were fragmented and incomplete, but it allowed Lin Ling to be more familiar with the Sector Lord when he was young. The young man was hunted down and hid in the Devil Domain. He almost died many times, but in the end, he obtained a treasure in the Devil Domain and narrowly escaped the disaster. The memory made Lin Ling mutter to himself. He had experienced a trip to the Ghost Domain and reincarnated once. It could be said that he had seen a lot, but compared to the young man's life, he still sighed at the other party's bumpy youth. At such a young age, he had experienced the vicissitudes of life and had fought thousands of battles. The Xianyuan family, I didn't expect it to exist 10,000 years ago. It had a conflict with the young realm lord. The young man was hunted down, and it was because of the Xianyuan family that he hid in the Devil Domain. Lin Ling muttered to himself again. The Xianyuan family was known as the descendant of God, and was one of the deacons of the heavenly earth. It seemed that their origin was indeed ancient. However, the realm lord eventually became the lord of heaven and earth. Why did he not obliterate the Xianyuan family? This made Lin Ling somewhat puzzled, but he guessed that there must be a hidden story. Perhaps the Xianyuan family was avenged by the realm lord, but the descendants hid their names. After the realm lord fell, they once again appeared in the world. In general, the Xianyuan family was also the enemy of the realm lord. When an expert rose to the top, there would definitely be many enemies in the process. Hence, the Xianyuan family might be one of them. Entering the Devil Domain, the people of the Devil race once again hunted down the Realm Lord. The process of the Realm Lord's youth is somewhat similar to mine. Lin Ling spoke again. Unfortunately, the memories disappeared here. Other than that, there were many memories of cultivation. However, they were extremely blurry, causing Lin Ling to shake his head. His gaze finally turned to the front, only to see that the surroundings had already returned to normal. In the stone house, there was a gray-colored egg. It was half a meter tall and quietly laid there. At this moment, there were cracks on the eggshell, and there was moss on the surface, as though it was a dead object. This was the treasure that the young realm lord valued the most. That year he left it here. Unfortunately, because of fate, he didn't come back to take it. As for the reason, Lin Ling guessed that it should be that the young realm lord had obtained an even stronger treasure, so he gave up on this item. However, with the young realm lord's vision, he might have already looked down on this treasure, but Lin Ling could take it all. I wonder what treasure it is. Lin Ling was filled with anticipation as he slowly walked forward. Your Majesty, this is a dragon egg. At this moment, Violet Elder, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke, causing Lin Ling's expression to change. Dragon? A real dragon? Unfortunately, this dragon egg is already dead. Moreover, it was refined into a treasure by someone using cruel methods. Violet Elder said with some regret. Lin Ling nodded. He didn't know who did it, to actually use a dragon egg to refine it. However, he guessed that it shouldn't be done by the young realm lord because at that time, the young realm lord didn't have such strength. Open it and take a look. Violet Elder said to Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to nod his head. He carefully walked forward, his palm caressing the uneven surface of the eggshell, slowly channeling his energy into it. Gotcha! The eggshell shattered and black scales appeared. It was actually a dragon claw. Lin Ling's expression drastically changed. He suddenly felt that the dragon in the eggshell was cruelly killed by someone. But the dragon claw was allowed to grow, all the way until today. Chapter 1643. The mysterious man makes a move. Your Majesty, Dragonclaw, I understand. Elder Z suddenly shouted in surprise, which surprised Lin Ling. The dragon claw was obviously an inanimate object, so what was there to be excited about? An expert was lucky enough to obtain a dragon egg, but he didn't need a dragon claw. So he used an evil technique to forge the dragon claw for his own use. Elder Z explained, this kind of physical body cultivation method appeared in the star-picking nation in the past, and it was recorded by the great emperor of the star-picking nation. It's a method to instantly become stronger, also known as grafting. The difficulty lies in finding the best materials. If Your Majesty refines this dragon claw, then Your Majesty will have a dragon claw. Boom! Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart exploded. This meant that the dragon claw was a precious treasure. How do I refine it? Lin Ling asked hurriedly. He urgently needed to improve his strength. It will take a long time to refine the dragon claw, but Your Majesty has the Purple Mansion, so time isn't a problem. Plus, you have a lot of cultivation resources, so you don't lack them. You just need to find a suitable place. Elder Z said excitedly. During this period, he had seen that Lin Ling was still weak when facing the giants of the mortal world and the experts of the Heaven and Earth Emperor's world. But now he was qualified to become stronger. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded hurriedly and carefully collected the dragon claw. He didn't even let the eggshell go. Just as Lin Ling finished collecting the treasures, the stone house suddenly swayed and showed signs of breaking. At this moment, outside the stone house, Xinyuan Jiuxing and Dugu Konglei were still holding the demon stone, looking for a way to break it. At this moment, the stone house swayed, and even the demon stone above their heads swayed. What's going on? Is that guy still alive? Both of them were stunned for a moment and they were shocked. Boom! Almost at the same time, the stone house shattered. A figure slowly appeared amidst the dust that filled the sky. He was dressed in a blue robe and was extremely handsome. However, he also carried an ancient aura. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? This guy really isn't dead yet. Xinyuan Jiuxing and Dugu Konglei's eyes widened, especially Xinyuan Jiuxing. He felt as if he had eaten a fly. Lin Ling was still alive, and the stone house had been destroyed. This meant that Lin Ling had obtained Senior Windchaser's treasure. Anger. Unprecedented anger. Not long ago, he was still thinking of a way to crack the spell and how to obtain the treasure. However, someone else had already beaten him to it. Most importantly, he was stupidly holding on to the magic stones outside. He was basically paving the way for Lin Ling. At the same time, the magic stone above their heads began to crack, as if it was about to collapse and disappear like the stone house. At this moment, Lin Ling was also surprised by the disappearance of the stone house. Then he saw the scene in front of him. His expression changed slightly. Currently, he lacked nothing but time, so he had to leave this place immediately. Thank you for holding on for so long. Goodbye. Lin Ling left behind these words in distorted space, disappearing before the two of them. If he didn't leave now, when would he? Lin Ling? Xinyuan Zhou roared hysterically. Almost at the same time, the huge magic stone above his head exploded. Ignoring the scene in front of him, he moved and chased after Lin Ling. As for Dugu Konglei, he frowned, but considering the horror of the demon cloud cave, he didn't dare to chase after him. Lin Ling, don't run. Xinyuan Zhouxing's cold voice sounded like thunder. How could he not be angry? During the whole process, he felt as if he had been played by Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling jumped onto the cliff and ran all the way. He also noticed Xinyuan Zhouxing behind him, but he still wanted to fight him. Your Majesty, this is not a suitable place. If we fight, the demon rats at the bottom of the cliff will rush up. Moreover, there is Dugu Konglei. Although he seems to be helping us, his heart is unpredictable. In front of treasures, no one knows whether he will be tempted or not. Elder Z hurriedly reminded Lin Ling Xinyuan Zhouxing had many trump cards, and all of them were powerful. If they really fought, Xinyuan Zhouxing might not be able to completely suppress Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lin Ling only needed a little more time. As long as he broke through, his strength would increase crazily. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and ran again. Lin Ling, let me tell you, in the Demon City, I am not the only one from the Xinyuan family. My eldest brother and third brother are here. You can escape now, but you can't escape forever. If I don't let you leave this Demon City, you will never be able to leave. Behind him, Xinyuan Zhouxing was furious. Lin Ling had taken his treasure, but now he didn't want to fight. He had come in vain today. Squeak! At this moment, a large number of demon rats were surprised by Xinyuan Zhouxing's voice and climbed up the cliff. Bastard! Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Xinyuan Zhouxing was shouting and yelling. He wanted to die together with Lin Ling. He couldn't help but speed up. If he was caught by Xinyuan Zhouxing and then surrounded by the demon rats, he would have to die here with hatred. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, the movement behind him gradually became smaller. The demon rats didn't chase after him, and even Xinyuan Zhouxing seemed to have disappeared. Although Lin Ling was puzzled, he didn't hesitate and ran forward again. Now leaving the demon cloud cave was the right thing to do. Behind him it was quiet. The terrifying demon rats fled as if they had met their natural enemy. In front of Xinyuan Zhouxing, a burly figure stood there, blocking Xinyuan Zhouxing's way. This person looked to be about 40 years old. His face was calm and his skin was gray. He stood there quietly like a giant. His aura was very calm. If one didn't see him with their own eyes, they wouldn't have noticed him at all. However, the calmer he was, the more terrifying this person was. Senior, why are you stopping me? Xinyuan Zhouxing's face changed dramatically. There was a strong sense of fear in his heart. It came from his bones and internal organs. At this moment he felt like he was being crushed by an ancient boulder. If he was careless, he would be crushed. Based on his current strength, he was at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage and was a gold-grade heavenly emperor. Even so, he still felt the immense pressure. This showed how terrifying this person was. It was highly likely that this person was a titled celestial emperor. In the mortal world, there were only a handful of titled celestial emperors. Moreover, these titled celestial emperors were all ancient existences. For example, the people from the Xianyuan clan, the Yu clan, the Dragon Gate's heavenly armor, the three great ancient clans, and so on. Xinyuan Zhouxing couldn't resist such a person. However, the person still didn't move. He just looked at Xinyuan Zhouxing indifferently. Senior, I'm from the Xianyuan family. I'm sure you've heard of the descendant of God. Xinyuan Zhouxing said again. There was a hint of respect and fear in his tone. You can't kill him. The person finally spoke. His voice was low, as if stones were rubbing against each other. Him? Who is he? Xinyuan Zhouxing's voice became even more terrified. In fact, he knew that the him mentioned by the mysterious person must be Lin Ling. However, he couldn't understand why such an ancient figure would appear when that guy had an ordinary background. In his mind, even if that young man was somewhat famous, he was still a beggar in front of the Xianyuan family. Senior, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. I'm from the Xianyuan family. Chapter 1644. Claw of the Raging Dragon. I know, but you shouldn't have provoked him. No one can provoke him. He's the Lord above me. Humph. That person's lips moved slightly as he spat out a sentence. It was like a thunderclap that caused Xinyuan Zhouxing to raise his head. Such an ancient figure with unfathomable strength actually claimed to be the young man's subordinate? I'm the patriarch of the Shi clan. Humph. That person said one more sentence, turned around and left. Shi clan. Humph. Xinyuan Zhouxing's jaw dropped. The Shi clan was one of the 3 ancient clans in Xianhuangdao. It was called the Shi clan because it was an ancient clan with a history of 10,000 years. It wasn't any worse than the Xianyuan clan. What Xinyuan Zhouxing couldn't figure out was that the person in front of him was the emperor of the Shi clan, an existence comparable to the emperor of the Fire clan. Such a person was Lin Ling's subordinate? Kakaka. At the same time, a mysterious aura filled the air. A lifelike stone statue appeared on the path beside the cliff. Upon closer inspection, it was Xinyuan Zhouxing. A gold level titled Heavenly Emperor had fallen here. No one had seen how he had died, but they could be sure that it was definitely caused by that person. That person walked into the cliff and disappeared. He only left behind a sentence. Is he the person the ancestor wants to protect? Humph. The path regained its tranquility. The only difference was that there was an additional statue. However, after a short while, Dugu Konglei couldn't hold back his curiosity and chased after Xinyuan Zhouxing. When he saw the scene in the path, he was stunned. Xinyuan Zhouxing is also dead? He couldn't help but be shocked. What happened? He had a feeling that Xinyuan Zhouxing's death was related to Lin Ling. Bang! On the other side, Lin Ling smashed the rocks in front of him with a punch. He went back along the path he came from and finally found a cave. He covered the entrance with rocks and sat down cross-legged. Soon after, Lin Ling entered the 5th level of the Violet Palace realm, the world of the living earth. At this moment, a large number of void mystical gourds had appeared. Moreover, there were heavenly milk sacred stones planted on the ground. At this moment, a small pond of half-sage true fluid had been condensed. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh at this. He was not lacking in cultivation resources. Your Majesty, let's make a breakthrough first before refining the dragon claw. Moreover, you can also study the Tyrant Song sword and see what materials you lack to reach the level of a divine weapon. Elder Z said with a smile. His Majesty had gained a lot this time. Lin Ling chuckled and nodded. He didn't consume the half-saint's essence and dived into the pool. Rumble. Lin Ling was like a sponge as the half-saint's essence nourished his entire body. His fleshly body strength, soul power, and cultivation realm were all slowly increasing. Among them, the effect of his cultivation realm was the most obvious. A moment later, a massive boom rang out, as if the heavens and earth were being split asunder. The Holy See in Lin Ling's Dantian region expanded. Boom! Another explosion rang out as Lin Ling stepped into the 5th layer of Saint Realm. His strength had greatly increased. However, this kind of crazy increase in strength was not over yet. Lin Ling was still absorbing the energy like a sponge. Elder Purple was standing to the side. He was very excited. Lin Ling was a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. He had to balance the 3 realms. Previously, Lin Ling's physical strength and soul power were too strong, but his cultivation realm was too low. This caused Lin Ling to be unable to display a large part of his strength. After all, this was also the wooden bucket principle. A person's upper limit was their talent, while the lower limit was their cultivation realm. Now that Lin Ling had broken through, his strength had naturally doubled. Chi. The half-saint's essence was still nourishing his body. Gradually, Lin Ling's body began to transform once again. Rumbling sounds rang out like thunder. Lin Ling's cultivation realm rose once again. 6th layer of Saint Realm. Good. Your Majesty actually broke through 2 layers. Elder Z was even more excited. As expected, His Majesty had been stuck at a bottleneck for too long. As long as he had enough cultivation resources, his cultivation would naturally increase crazily. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. There was joy in his eyes. 2 layers in a row. He was excited, but at the same time he felt that everything was normal. With enough half-saint's essence, if he could not increase his strength crazily, then there was no need for him to continue cultivating. At the 6th layer of the Saint realm, my Saint Ocean strength has increased tremendously. Now that I've reached the major completion stage, I can use the Saint rune several times and its power has increased as well. As for the minor completion stage, I can use it several hundred times. Lin Ling thought to himself. Although he had the Void Mystic Gourd and could rapidly recover his spiritual energy, in a battle between martial artists, the situation would change in an instant. His opponent would not wait for Lin Ling to recover his spiritual energy, but now this weakness no longer existed. Moreover, with his cultivation realm rising, his fleshly body and soul power had also become stronger. Right now, if he were to meet Emperor Peerless, he would be able to defeat him without using his trump card. Lin Ling stood up and looked at the dragon claw on the ground with excitement in his eyes. He wondered what kind of power the dragon claw would bring to him. Your Majesty, according to my humble opinion, the next forging of the tyrannical song sword can be done in the space domain and give up on the fire domain. As for the dragon claw, it can be developed in the fire domain. This way, Your Majesty's two domains can be balanced. Elder Z suggested. Lin Ling nodded. Elder Z was very experienced. Naturally, he had thought long and hard about the path of martial Tao that he had pointed out. Then what should we do with the dragon claw? Your Majesty, graft it and refine it with your blood. During the process, add a large amount of fire attribute treasures, and turn it into the claw of the Fire Dragon King. Alright. The star-picking nation was an ancient country, and had a lot of knowledge about grafting. Therefore Elder Z quickly found a way. Lin Ling cut open his left arm and let his blood flow into the dragon claw. Sizzle. 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 The dragon claw seemed to have come alive. It was actually absorbing Lin Ling's blood crazily. Moreover, it was absorbing more and more blood. Your Majesty, this is a process of flesh and blood connection. You must hold on. Elder Z said. If one wanted to graft the dragon claw, they must have a feeling of flesh and blood connection. Therefore, the dragon claw had to absorb a large amount of blood. Fortunately, Lin Ling's body was strong. In the process of being continuously absorbed, he was also constantly recovering. After a long time, a familiar feeling rose in Lin Ling's heart. It was as if the dragon claw was his left hand. At this moment, Elder Z threw a large amount of fire attribute treasures at the dragon claw. The dragon claw seemed to have awakened, and was also devouring those fire attribute treasures. During this trip to the demonic cloud cave, Lin Ling had obtained many fire attribute treasures, but he had thrown all of them into the dragon claw. Gradually, the dragon claw turned red and flames spread out. It was as if it was a dragon bathed in anger. After an unknown period of time, a burning sensation surged into Lin Ling's left arm. On his left wrist, a dragon tattoo appeared. His entire arm was red as if it was on fire. As water dripped down, the water droplets instantly evaporated. At this moment, smoke also spread out. However, a moment later, his left arm recovered to its original state. The grafting was successful just like that? Sensing the changes in his left arm, Lin Ling said with a frown. At the same time, he tried to give a low shout. Suddenly, his left arm felt as if it was about to be torn apart. Moreover, it was incomparably hot, causing Lin Ling's expression to change drastically. Pain. It was extremely painful. It seemed that he was not used to controlling the dragon claw for the first time. Lin Ling groaned in pain. He bent over and lowered his head. His right hand tightly grasped his left wrist. He did not notice that within the smoke, flames spread out, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. Boom! Chapter 1645. Divine Weapon Palace. Lin Ling roared towards the sky, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His blue robe was like a blazing flame, and below his feet, the fire origin energy was burning the earth, forming a fire dragon king that spiraled in the air, as if a volcano was about to erupt. Soaring Dragon Universe. All of a sudden, a low voice came from Lin Ling's mouth. Lin Ling was still clenching his left hand, but the flames under his feet were even more violent. A towering pillar of fire shot up into the sky from his feet. That pillar of fire was a towering fire dragon, and it was almost 1,000 miles long. It turned the area around Lin Ling into a forbidden zone of fire, and even the void exploded. St. Rune Martial Art Peak Realm. In the distance, Elder Z's long hair was also burned by the flames, and his face changed dramatically. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the entire growing earth shook violently, as if it was about to split open. From this, one could see how terrifying that towering pillar was. Worthy of being called Soaring Dragon Universe, soaring through the 9 heavens. Elder Z kept retreating, and his heart was filled with excitement. This St. Rune martial art was extremely powerful, and it was probably close to the transcendent realm. Only a 6th layer saint, but he was able to erupt with a transcendent St. Rune martial art. This was unprecedented in the mortal world. Of course, there were 2 reasons why it was so powerful. First, the effect of the dragon claw contained dragon's aura, and the dragon claw had devoured a large amount of fire attribute treasures. Second, it was the yellow springs flame hidden within the flames. Rumble! The towering pillar was still burning, exuding a majestic aura. However, a figure slowly walked out from within. This person had a slender figure and a handsome face. The most shocking thing was that his left arm was in the shape of a dragon claw. Moreover, there were flames burning on it. It was a shocking sight. Apart from the pain of using this dragon claw, everything else is good. It's powerful and allows me to release Soaring Dragon Universe. And it also saves me a lot of Saint Ocean's energy. Even if I don't use Soaring Dragon Universe, the Dragon Claw allows me to release St. Rune martial arts at the major success stage, and it also helps my physical strength. The person who had come was Lin Ling. He spoke as he walked. At this moment he didn't seem like a human, but more like an ancient fire dragon king. It was just like his martial art, Dragon Soars to the Universe, which allowed him to soar into the 9 heavens. Obviously, with the Dragon Claw, Lin Ling's fire attribute martial art peak realm. At present, he had the Yellow Springs flame. Although he did not control much of it, his fire attribute source strength was powerful. If he added it to his physical strength, there was no one in the Saint realm who could match him. Strong and unprecedented sense of power arose spontaneously. Your Majesty, the comprehension of fire attribute martial arts is like 100 flowers blooming at the beginning, each with its own martial Tao, such as the instinct to control fire, etc. But in the later stages they all converge, going through creation, transformation, virtual fire, and finally Yang Yan. Your Majesty's current comprehension is at the initial stage of Yang Yan, but it's the final stage of fire origin. If you take another step forward, you will reach the world's fire principle, a power that surpasses the fire origin. Old Z said, any martial art would be specialized in the end, and there would be various realms of comprehension, which also represented the comprehension of heaven and earth. Yang Yan was the supreme realm, and only by reaching this realm could one display St. Rune martial arts. If one's comprehension of this realm was even stronger, one could even gain initial control of principal power. Lin Ling was overjoyed. The fire martial Tao was his first martial Tao, and after countless tempering, it had reached a height beyond his imagination. What about after Yang Yan realm? Yes, Lin Ling asked curiously, yearning for the power controlled by ancient cultivators. Fusion of void and reality. Old Z said word by word, causing Lin Ling's heart to tremble fiercely. First void fire, then Yang Yan forming the fusion of void and reality. Was this the principle of heaven and earth? Your Majesty, rice must be eaten one bite at a time. No one can become strong in a single step. Your Majesty has experienced countless hardships since you started learning martial arts. In the future, you will definitely be able to reach that realm. Your Majesty, there is no need to be anxious. Old Z said again. Lin Ling nodded and looked into the distance. Right now, he was one step closer to the peak of heaven and earth. He didn't know when he would be able to catch up with the owner of the Eyes of Time. He was very grateful to the owner of the Eyes of Time because without the Eyes of Time, there would be no Lin Ling today. Therefore, Lin Ling would follow in the footsteps of that person and learn everything he had. Perhaps this was also one of Lin Ling's goals. With Your Majesty's strength, there are few opponents in the Saint realm. However, Your Majesty can take a look at the materials needed to upgrade the tyrannical song sword. Right now, you can enter the 6th layer of the Purple Palace realm, the Divine Weapon Palace. Old Z looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel excited. Could the Purple Palace realm enter a new world? He couldn't help but sigh. If he didn't have the Purple Palace realm, he didn't know how much time he would have needed to cultivate. The Purple Palace realm was of great help to him. Lin Ling walked towards the 6th layer with Old Z. What surprised him was that the 6th layer was actually a world of night. The entire sky and earth were pitch black. Lin Ling felt as if he had arrived in the universe. When a divine weapon descends, it is not tolerated by heaven and earth. Therefore, the divine weapon tribulation must be terrifying. However, in the Purple Palace realm, because it is a world of its own, it can block the divine weapon tribulation from the outside world. Your Majesty, please take out the tyrannical song sword. The 4 symbols constellation, the 28 constellations, the 72 heavenly trigrams will calculate how to upgrade the tyrannical song sword to a divine weapon. This is also the place where star-picking nation forged their divine weapons in the past. The previous emperor used this divine weapon to reward his civil and military officials. Old Z's voice constantly drifted out. Lin Ling took out the tyrannical song sword and let it float in the sky. Wang! 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 Endless ripples surged out and the stars in the sky bloomed, enveloping the tyrannical song sword. After an unknown period of time, heavenly books began to float down from the sky. Lin Ling caught them with his hand and roughly looked at them. He couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The heavenly books recorded the direction that the tyrannical song sword could be developed. There were fire, strength, space, and so on. The introduction was very thorough. As expected of the divine weapon palace, Lin Ling couldn't help but be excited. The might of a divine weapon was extremely rare to him. He had only met a limited number of people who had it. But now the divine weapon palace could actually forge the tyrannical song sword. This meant that Lin Ling could choose how to forge it. The divine weapon palace would produce the corresponding heavenly book, and Lin Ling would be responsible for forging it. Let's develop it towards space. Space was also the void. Lin Ling was currently not weak in this field. For example, distorting space and collapsing space. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The heavenly books were densely packed like scrolls. After Lin Ling caught them, he checked them with his soul force. His face slightly changed. The number of runes needed to be carved into a divine weapon was more than 10 million. This was an astronomical number. Moreover, the materials needed were also very diverse. Many of them were simply unheard of. Heavenly meteorite divine iron, space stone, mother iron, void divine spider silk. Lin Ling read them one by one. Fortunately, his harvest this time was not bad. He had gathered many materials. Only a few rare materials needed to be collected slowly. After that, Lin Ling memorized the required heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He patted his clothes and planned to leave the Z mansion. Chapter 1646. Devil's Domain. Where the strong are as numerous as clouds, this stone god is really mysterious. Lin Ling mumbled. The other party seemed to know that he would definitely be able to find the stone origin heart after coming to the Devil Cloud Cave. However, this was indeed the case. Because the Devil Cloud Cave was left behind by the young world overlord. Even if the stone deity was here, he might not be able to find the stone origin heart. However, things were different for Lin Ling. What surprised Lin Ling was that stone deity actually knew about this. Bang! Lin Ling blasted away the rocks outside the cave, and Lin Ling stepped out. At this moment, it was somewhat peaceful outside. As if all the treasures of the Devil Cloud Cave had been plundered. Lin Ling didn't stop. He took out his jade token and started to track down the figures of the 9 spirits of heaven. Before they separated, they had left tracking jade tokens with each other in case they lost track of each other. At this moment outside the demonic cloud cave, it was getting more and more lively. On the ground, in the sky, and in the mountains there were experts everywhere. It was as if all the experts of the mortal world had gathered here. What's going on? More and more strong cultivators are coming. Look, that's Zhou Xiong Dao, a strong cultivator with the title of Celestial Emperor. He actually came too. This is nothing. Even Swordsman One Step is here. This person is a true swordsman. And the unhindered Heavenly Emperor of the 7 Emperors' Heavens, the Space-Time Heavenly Emperor. Cries of astonishment could be heard from time to time. Many people smelled a hint of oppressive atmosphere. Those pinnacle heavenly emperor powerhouses of the mortal world all appeared at this moment, forming a rare heaven and earth emperor world. The reason is very simple. The seal on the devil's domain has weakened, and it has to be sealed once every 100 years. Now is the time to seal it. So the highest deacon palace of the mortal realm has issued an order to mobilize experts to seal the devil's domain. A voice drifted over from the distance, making many people nod. So it was like this. The demon domain and the human realm were very close to each other. They relied on the seal to form the boundary, but the seal was too weak. If it was not strengthened, then the powerful demon race would definitely invade the human realm, causing a great deal of suffering. Dugu Konglei, the new celestial emperor, silver rank, 8th layer saint. I would like to test your depressing sword. You're Xinyuanjiue? Why should I fight you? You have to fight even if you don't want to, because I heard that you seem to have seen my second brother. You should give me an explanation. With powerhouses gathered in the Fiend region, there was naturally no lack of conflict. Some powerful heavenly emperors were even sparring with each other. There's a silver-ranked heavenly emperor fighting. Many people stared at the great battle in the mountain range. Their emotions were stirred up and some even looked up. When would they also become so powerful? Sword of Sorrow. In the sky a dark aura filled the air. It transformed into a sword, and with a terrifying speed, it slashed towards a distant person. This was Dugu Konglei's sword. This person had entered the Tao through dark aura, and his sword technique was extremely powerful. The color of 9 moons. In the distance moonlight descended, source force erupting, forming the power of a great success realm, resisting that sword. So powerful. Both of them are great completion St. Mark martial arts. Many people's pupils constricted. Even some of the titled heavenly emperors had looks of reverence in their eyes. The grand accomplishment stage of a Saint Rune martial art was very rare even among silver-rank heavenly emperors. Moreover, there weren't many Saint Realm powerhouses who had reached this stage. The further a cultivator progressed, the more difficult it became for them to cultivate. They had to search for cultivation resources, upgrade their weapons, improve their talent, and so on. These areas took a lot of time, and coupled with the comprehension of martial arts, not everyone could reach the great completion St. Mark martial arts because there wasn't enough time. Xinyuanjiu, you're weaker than your second brother. Xinyuanjiu Xing. You're still relying on the weapon in your hand. I think it's a semi-divine weapon. It can increase the power of your St. Mark martial arts by 1 realm. Unfortunately, it's a waste for such a treasure to be on you. Cut the crap. Where's my second brother? You have to tell me even if you don't want to. The battle in the sky became more and more intense, causing many people to squint their eyes. It turned out that the people from the Xianyuan family had also come. Look, there's also a great battle on the other side. It's a battle between centenarians. Another 2 heavenly emperors were fighting, but they were both older heavenly emperors. At that moment, the demon area had become a world of great emperors. The strongest cultivators of the human world had gathered there. The battle in the surroundings did not affect the 2 figures in the distant mountain range. I wouldn't have thought that the human world would send an order for us to seal the demon area. I wonder if it's dangerous or not. Who cares? I'm just wondering where my brother is now. Did he leave the demon cloud cave? The 2 of them were Little Flame and Xinyuanjiu Han. Upon closer inspection, one could see that their auras had changed. Clearly, their strength had greatly increased with the help of the treasures in the Devil Cloud Cave. Baiyun Tiandi didn't use the treasures to practice cultivation. On the contrary, he went to look for the celestial emperors. He said it was the order of the 7 emperors, said the 9 spirits of heaven. However, at that moment a large group of people arrived. They were all disciples of Champion University. Some of them were even celestial emperors. They glanced around. One of them seemed to know the 9 spirits of heaven. He whispered a few words and they all came over. At that moment, a thick and terrifying qi filled the air. Xiao Yan and the 9 spirits of heaven narrowed their eyes. They weren't stupid, they could see that those people didn't come with good intentions. However, they were confused because they had never seen them before. Run! Why aren't you running? Before he even got close, a cold voice was heard. It was a thin and weak man who was talking. Most importantly, there was a familiar person beside him. It was Minister Yu. At that moment, Minister Yu was pointing at them, as if he were telling those people who the 9 spirits of heaven were. After a short while, those people stopped Xianyuan Zhouhun and Xianyuan Zhouhun, causing the atmosphere to become even heavier. In the distance, demon qi was rolling in waves. A large number of people were stationed there. They looked down at the mountains. They knew something good was going to happen. The leader of that group is Tiandi. He's a famous strong cultivator in Champion University. He's from the Deacon Palace in the human world, said Minister Yu. Someone said with a faint smile. His words made the others squint their eyes. One must know that after reaching their level, they could do whatever they wanted in the mortal world. However, there was one place that they didn't dare to violate. That place was the highest Deacon Palace in the mortal world. Those who had connections to the Deacon Palace were all incredible people. They represented the 3 Xian cultivators of the human world. Those 2 guys are in trouble. Someone sneered. Now that they were going to seal the enchantment of the Devil Domain, the Supreme Deacon Palace of the mortal world had begun to pay attention to this place. Therefore, the massacre here had also been restrained. However, the Supreme Deacon Palace of the mortal world wouldn't care about killing some small characters. It's Xianyuan Zhouhun. I remember now. He's the guy who challenged the Xianhuang Big region not long ago. No wonder he was stopped by some people. Someone said. Because those people were from the Yi clan, one of the 3 Shi clans in the Xianhuang Big region. I'm from the Yi clan, said the leader of the group. He had long green hair. Then, he waved his hand and said, kill them. They're from the Yi clan. The 9 spirits of heaven's expressions changed. No wonder those people were targeting them. Chapter 1647. You're looking for me. 9 Qi Beast King. Xiao Yin knew that a great battle was inevitable. He turned into a gigantic ape and his qi rose to the skies. After absorbing so many treasures from the Demon Cloud Cave, he had become much stronger. It was the same for the Xianyuan 9 souls. The heavenly halberd appeared and turned into the 9 souls. The ancient generals appeared. Die. They didn't show any mercy because their opponents wouldn't show them any mercy. Boom boom boom. At the foot of the mountain, explosions continued. It was as if the sky and the earth were collapsing. The members of the Yi clan's facial expressions changed drastically. They hadn't thought the 9 spirits of heaven would be so strong. A few of them had already died. The 9 spirits of heaven have the strength of Tiandi, the celestial emperor, and they're silver cultivators. They're not weak, said someone in the distance, frowning. They didn't want the younger generation to catch up with them. Don't worry. There are only 2 people from the 9 spirits of heaven. They can't stop those guys from Champion University, said someone else. The leader of the Yi clan, Tiandi the Celestial Emperor, had his hands clasped behind his back. He looked calm and serene, but he looked furious. He hadn't thought that 2 dying cultivators would kill a few members of the Yi clan. Xiao Tianle, go and kill them. The Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Lake added, his eyes turning colder. Many people are watching us. We're representing the Xianhuang region. Don't embarrass us. Roger, Master. Behind him, a titled Celestial Emperor powerhouse walked out, a cruel smile on his face. His steps moved slightly, and a heart demon appeared. This was a rare talent of the 6th grade of the Earth Step. Moreover, there was a giant hammer in his hand that was releasing ripples. It seemed that this was also an extremely precious weapon. Many people shook their heads. They knew that strong cultivator, Tiandi the Celestial Emperor Tianlu. He was one of the 3 Xian cultivators in the world of humans. In the Yi clan, he was just below Xiao Wushuang and Xiao Tianqi. If Lin Ling were here, he would be strong enough to fight against me. You 2 are too weak. Boom! Xiao Tianle took a step forward. The holy body's heart demon formed the power of the earth element. It had almost reached the great completion of the origin power. Amazing! Many people narrowed their eyes. The members of the Yi clan were all earth elemental talents and were blessed by the heavens. This caused Xiao Tianle's strength to be slightly stronger than ordinary celestial emperors. The 9 spirits of heaven did not show much fear. He laughed boldly and held the heavenly halberd in his hand. He was not afraid of a battle. You talk too much. You don't have the qualifications to fight with my big brother. Little flame, you block those trash. I'll deal with him. This 9 spirits of heaven just has the strength of a titled celestial emperor, but they are very arrogant. His big brother Lin Ling? The guy who challenged Xianhuang Dayu alone? But he's not here right now. Could he be dead? The crowd began to discuss animatedly, looking forward to the upcoming show even more. Currently, the enchantment that sealed the devil domain was imminent. However, it did not prevent them from seeing how strong these heavenly emperors were. Pop! 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 The battle between the 9 spirits of heaven and Xiao Tianle was earth-shattering. Both of them were in the 8th stage of the Saint Realm. Their Saint Rune martial arts were on par with each other. Their talents were also on par with each other. What a waste. He still hasn't killed them. In a mountain range, a large number of figures appeared. They were the people of the Fire Clan. The leader was Princess Huaxia. Apparently, she had also heard the news and came here. However, she did not make a move for the time being because she found that more and more people were gathering. There were even many gold-level titled celestial emperors. If she went out, she would definitely become a laughingstock. After all, Lin Ling had broken off the engagement. Who in the mortal world did not know about it? What made her angry was that Xiao Tianle did not kill the 9 spirits of heaven. Obviously, in a short time in the Devil Cloud Cave, the 9 spirits of heaven's strength had greatly increased. The 9 spirits of heaven are becoming fiercer and fiercer. The crowd stared at Xianyuan Johan. They were even more surprised by the latter's strength. They had heard that Xianyuan Johan was Lin Ling's little brother. If his little brother was so strong, then what about the rumored frivolous Lin Ling? Some people had heard of Lin Ling's name but had never seen him before. They were curious. Bastard, you can't even defeat one of the 9 spirits of heaven? At that moment, Tianqi's celestial emperor pulled a long face because the battle had been going on for too long. He felt humiliated. Master Tianqi, why don't you attack? If this continues, the Yi clan will lose even more face because more and more people are watching, said Minister Yu smiling. He was just the first king of West Mountain. In front of a celestial emperor, he could only flatter him like a dog. Isn't that Minister Yu? Isn't he one of the 7 emperors of heaven's disciples? How come he's helping Champion University? How humiliating. Someone who knew Minister Yu said disdainfully. However, Minister Yu didn't care about that at the moment. If I attack, it'll be bullying. When Tianqi heard Minister Yu, he frowned. Actually, he wanted to kill Lin Ling because Lin Ling had defeated Xiao Wushuang. If he killed Lin Ling, he would be a hero in Xianhuang Dayu. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had disappeared, which disappointed him. Xianyuan Johan is a weakling. If Tianqi attacks, nobody will think that you're bullying him. After all, Xianyuan Johan is weaker than you, everybody knows that, said Minister Yu smiling again, trying to persuade Tianqi to attack. Then he looked at the 9 spirits of heaven and said, "Where is Lin Ling? If you don't tell me, don't blame me if I kill you. Speak." His voice was full of righteousness as if he was looking for Lin Ling. Then, he gave the celestial emperor of Heavenly Lake a look. What he meant was that if they attacked now, no one would say that they were bullying them with numbers. You're smart. The celestial emperor of the Heavenly Lake sneered. Minister Yu was very suitable to be a dog. He took a step forward and the Heavenly Lake descended. There were mountains and rivers. The original strength was terrifying. 9 spirits of heaven, if you don't tell me where Lin Ling is, you'll die here. I'm not joining hands with Xiao Tianlu to kill you. I want you to tell me where Lin Ling is. Boom boom boom. Tianqi attacked even more ferociously as if he had found an excuse. At this moment, Xianyuan Johan was evenly matched with Xiao Tianle. How could he stop the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake? This caused him to frown. On the other side, Xiao Yan shouted anxiously, "Despicable." It was a pity that his voice couldn't change anything. Another expert who has just become a Heavenly Emperor has fallen. The crowd shook their heads when they saw Tianqi attack. The 9 spirits of heaven were obviously no match for Tianqi, however. At that moment, a majestic aura arrived. A punch broke through the void and collided with Tianqi's original strength. This punch came like a flash of lightning. Are you looking for me? As soon as the fist touched the original strength of Tianqi, a cold shout was heard. Fast, incomparably fast, the space was distorted. Under countless gazes, Tianqi's celestial emperor was hit by a punch. His body was sent flying and smashed into the mountains. Tianqi was defeated in one move. What happened? Chapter 1648. Just one punch, it's Lin Ling. Princess Huixia shouted from afar. She did not expect that Lin Ling would arrive at such a crucial moment and in such a shocking manner. This guy seems to be Lin Ling. He's the Lin Ling who challenged Xianhuang Dayu alone. Many people's eyes flickered. They came to the demon realm later and naturally knew about Xianhuang Dayu, but they did not expect that Lin Ling would be so young. The whole battlefield became silent as countless eyes stared at the figure that suddenly appeared. Many people were curious. It turned out that the guy who caused such a commotion in Xianhuang Dayu was this guy. However, no matter how they looked at him, he was just an ordinary sixth-layer saint. Big brother. The 9 spirits of heaven and Xiao Yan also stared at the figure in front of them excitedly. You guys really made it difficult for me to find you. Lin Ling's feet landed on the ground and he did not look at the people around him. Instead, he looked at Xiao Yan and Princess Huixia and walked towards them with a smile. Previously, he had been looking for the 9 spirits of heaven. He did not expect that he would come at the right time. You're the Lin Ling who defeated Xiao Wushuang, broke off the engagement with the Hua clan and challenged Xianhuang Dayu? At this moment, Xiao Tianla, who was fighting with the 9 spirits of heaven, frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. This was the first time he saw this legendary figure. There seems to be more people in the demon realm. You guys are quite unlucky to meet these guys. However, Lin Ling did not pay attention to him, and instead said to Xiao Yan and Princess Huixia. Lin Ling obviously also noticed the changes in the demon realm. The world of heavenly emperors had descended, and there were many strong cultivators. Xiao Tianla was stunned for a moment and blue veins appeared on his forehead. Lin Ling was actually ignoring him. Although Lin Ling had defeated Xiao Wushuang, he was not qualified to ignore him. Did Lin Ling think that he was an invincible silver heavenly emperor? Unfortunately, he did not know that Lin Ling was indeed one. I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? Xiao Tianla roared again. Bang! Lin Ling took a step forward and the ancient divine emperor descended. The strength of 12 universes erupted, breaking space, and directly bombarded Xiao Tianla's body. Boom! Under the countless gazes of the crowd, Xiao Tianla was blasted to explode into pieces. The entire process was quick and efficient. Xiao Tianla was killed in less than 3 breaths. Bang! The crowd's hearts exploded. No one looked down on Lin Ling because everyone knew that Lin Ling had defeated Emperor Peerless. However, Xiao Tianla was also a titled Heavenly Emperor. Although he was not as strong as Emperor Peerless, he was not easy to kill. However, Lin Ling killed him with one punch. Even the 9 spirits of heaven sucked in a breath of cold air. They noticed that Lin Ling's realm seemed to have increased. As expected of the boss, the 9 spirits of heaven smiled bitterly. During this period, his strength had also increased. Who knew that Lin Ling's improvement was even greater? He was proud of himself when he fought Xiao Tianla to a draw. However, Lin Ling killed him with one punch. This made his pride seem to have been splashed with cold water. But soon he became excited again because that was his brother. How could he be his boss if he was not strong? Where's Baiyun Tiandi? Yes. Lin Ling came in front of the two with a smile on his handsome face. She received news from the 7 emperors of heaven. Now, she has gathered with the unhindered heavenly emperor and the others. I heard that they are going to seal the demon region barrier. The 9 spirits of heaven said. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder the experts of the demon region came together. So this was the reason. Little Flame, not bad. Your strength has increased. Lin Ling looked at Little Flame and said. Little Flame smiled and touched his bald head. How can I be compared to Big Brother? Wow! The experts around were all stunned. Lin Ling was too arrogant. After arriving, he ignored everyone and talked with the 3 brothers. Did he think that the people around him did not exist? Bang! At this time, the mountains in the distance exploded. A figure shot out like a meteor and finally hit the ground. It was the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake. However, at this moment his face was extremely ugly. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong that he was defeated in one move. You sneak attacked me. Roar. The Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake roared. He did not believe that Lin Ling was stronger than him. The most important thing was that Lin Ling defeated him in front of everyone. He had lost face. However, Lin Ling ignored his anger and continued to talk with the two brothers. You sneak attacked me. The Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake said again. The people around them were silent. When they saw that Lin Ling did not dare to speak, they subconsciously thought that Lin Ling had sneak attacked the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake. Even Princess Huixia thought so. Although Lin Ling had defeated Xiao Wushuang, everyone knew that he had relied on his soul force. Therefore, if Lin Ling wanted to defeat the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake in one move, he would have to use his soul force. Therefore, the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake was defeated by a sneak attack because Lin Ling did not use his soul force at that time. Enough! Shouted the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake furiously. The more Lin Ling remained silent, the more convinced he was that Lin Ling had attacked him by surprise. Lin Ling, you're a disciple of the Celestial Emperor of the Seven Emperors. You're too audacious. You attacked a Celestial Emperor of the Seven Emperors by surprise. Do you want the Celestial Emperor of the Seven Emperors and Champion University to become enemies? Shouted Minister Yu furiously. With his strength he couldn't see how strong Lin Ling was. He was convinced that Lin Ling couldn't compete with the Celestial Emperor of the Seven Emperors. Are you done talking? At this moment, Lin Ling finally turned around slowly. He seemed to be a little impatient. He took a step forward, and the void rippled like water. He punched out. I want to kill you. Nobody in the world can save you. Everyone heard the same sentence. Lin Ling was magnanimous, upright, and incomparably domineering. You're dreaming. The Celestial Emperor of Heavenly Lake hadn't thought that Lin Ling would attack him. He released his full strength and original strength rolled out. Boundless Fire Dragon King. ///. However, at this moment the flames around his body started to boil. Countless Fire Dragon Kings surrounded him, making it hard for him to move. The ancient illusion of the Heavenly Lake was trapped by the Fire Dragon Kings. It was like a heavenly prison. If they did not allow him to move, he could not move. Almost in the next moment, the ancient God Empyrean arrived and punched out. Boom boom boom. The Heavenly Lake's Celestial Emperor was unstoppable under countless gazes. Even his origin energy was destroyed by the punch. Finally, his body swayed a little before exploding. Another punch. The Celestial Emperor of Heavenly Lake, who was stronger than Xiao Tianlu, had also died. This time it was a surprise attack? Nobody could refute that. Nobody could say anything. The atmosphere of the demon region was deathly silent because everybody had seen that Lin Ling had defeated the Celestial Emperor of Heavenly Lake. The most important thing was that he had told the Celestial Emperor of Heavenly Lake that he wanted to kill him. Nobody in the world could save him. If that was a surprise attack, then every battle was a surprise attack. Of course, the most astonishing thing was that Lin Ling had become so strong. Chapter 1649. Demon of the Heart Du Gukonglei's strength was already half a step into the ranks of gold rank Heavenly Emperors, and Lin Ling was only a bit weaker than him. In that case, among the silver rank Heavenly Emperors, Lin Ling was ranked at the top. In other words, if Lin Ling went to the Xian ranking list, he would definitely rank high. Xiao Yan, the 9 spirits of heaven. Kill those people from the evil clan, said Lin Ling, ignoring the people around. His enemies had come to kill them, so Lin Ling wasn't going to be merciful. Yes, father. Xiao Yan and Du Gukonglei were extremely confident. They were fearless. In the distance, people's expressions changed. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be so insane. He dared kill people from Champion University in front of them. The Great Deacon Palace was paying attention to them, but Lin Ling still dared kill people. You're Lin Ling, right? You're from the 7 Emperors, Celestial Emperors. You should know that the Celestial Emperors are supposed to protect the human world. You killed people from Champion University in public. That's against the rules of the human world, said a Celestial Emperor at that moment. That person was old and didn't belong to the group of peerless geniuses, but he had a lot of prestige in Champion University. When they killed my brothers, why didn't you say that? said Lin Ling, raising his head and smiling icily. Said the old man. He couldn't refute that. After all, Xiao Yin and Dugukong Lei were from the evil clan. Therefore, when Xiao Yin and Dugukong Lei were killed, they didn't care. Even though that's true, but... The old man wanted to say something, but Lin Ling shouted icily, "Piss off." In this world, strength was everything. Lin Ling did not care about the rules of the mortal realm at all. If there were rules, why didn't the highest deacon palace of the mortal realm say anything when hundreds of millions of people from the Xianhuang domain came to kill him? Therefore, rules and hypocrisy were useful to other people, but not to Lin Ling. You don't know what's good for you. The old man's expression changed. Lin Ling was telling him to scram? The members of Champion University looked at Lin Ling icily. Lin Ling was insane. He had just become a celestial emperor, nothing more. And he dared talk to a celestial emperor of the previous generation. Who gave him the audacity? Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then shut your mouth. Lin Ling ignored their anger and roared again. With his current strength, he really didn't need to be afraid of too many people. In the past, he was chased by hundreds of millions of people from Xianhuang Dayu. Now, he also wanted to see if hundreds of millions of people could kill him. How arrogant. The distant crowd narrowed their eyes, and the fury on their faces was extremely obvious. It should be known that when placed in the mortal dimension's three mysteries, every single one of them was an existence that ruled over everything. When had they ever been reprimanded by a junior? But they were convinced that they didn't need to do anything. Someone would teach Lin Ling a lesson. Lin Ling were from the Seven Emperors world. Today you've made the Seven Emperors world famous. I admire you, I admire you. When Minister Yu saw how aggressive Lin Ling was, he was shaking violently. He hastily knelt down and started flattering him. He knew that he had no chance to defeat Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling smiled and looked at him indifferently. Before, you were with the people of Champion University, you were like a dog. You don't have the same pride as the Seven Emperors world. Dog, yes, I'm a dog. Minister Yu smiled and kept kowtowing. I'm a dog. Seeing his respectful appearance, many people shook their heads and laughed. This Minister Yu was really a coward. He was scared by Lin Ling's boldness. Lin Ling shook his head and didn't say anything. But at this time his pupils flashed. His soul force sensed that a powerhouse had arrived and was about to deal a fatal blow to him. Wind sandstorm. Just as that feeling arose, the earth began to tremble. An endless sandstorm suddenly appeared, engulfing Lin Ling and wrapping him up in layers. The person who came was obviously very insidious. It could be considered an assassination. Rumble. The sandstorm appeared and turned into a lion. Then it condensed into an ancient desert mountain. Beside the mountain, a majestic figure appeared. He was wearing a loose robe, and his long hair was casually scattered. He had a domineering aura. He stared at the desert mountain and could not help but laugh. Haha, Lin Ling, you're just so. That laughter seemed to be pouring out, and it also seemed to release the demons in his heart. That person stretched out his hand, and there seemed to be countless fine grains of sand in his hand that were gently sprinkled down. That was the attitude of a winner. Many people were staring at that person. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. Surprisingly, it was Emperor Peerless. All right. In the distance, Princess Huixia's face was tense, but at that moment, she couldn't help but laugh. She was extremely happy. Even though Emperor Peerless' attack was extremely ugly, he had killed Lin Ling, and that was enough. She also knew that if they had fought, Emperor Peerless wouldn't have been able to compete with Lin Ling. The only way was to use a sneak attack. Emperor Peerless, the new genius of Champion University, the one with the Earth Essence, the one with the Celestial Emperor's Earth Essence. But that's a bit ugly. What's the big deal? The winner is the king. The loser is the bandit. If you want to blame someone, blame Lin Ling for being too arrogant. Hee, ridiculous. Lin Ling was so arrogant before, but now he's been killed in one attack. How ironic, how ironic. When they saw that, some people looked at him disdainfully, some people mocked him, some people took joy in his misfortune. Haha, from now on, I'm Xin Huangdi's hero. Haha, said Emperor Peerless, laughing loudly. He ignored those who looked at him disdainfully. On the contrary, he was enjoying the glory of being the winner. He knew that if they had fought, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Lin Ling. Therefore, he had chosen to ignore the pride of a cultivator and use a sneak attack to determine the winner. /// However, at that moment, smoke rose up in the air. In the middle of the desert, flames were burning the sand. The gigantic mountain looked like an iceberg melting. Then, a silhouette came out of the desert and sighed. What a pitiful guy. Did he have to resort to a sneak attack? The saddest thing is that a sneak attack can't kill me. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling walked out of the desert mountain. His long blue robe and long flowing hair were a shocking sight to behold. All the various voices stopped at that moment. What level had Lin Ling's strength reached? Why was he so abnormal? Is his talent more powerful than Emperor Peerless? Said an old man with a frown. This was the only explanation that could explain why Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the sandstorm. As for Heavenly Emperor Peerless, he stood there in a daze, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. He didn't even dare to move, and cold sweat quietly flowed out of his forehead. He was fine. Why was Lin Ling fine? Compared to the last time, Lin Ling's strength had increased so much. He stared at Lin Ling, afraid that it was an illusion. Perhaps he had hoped too much, which led to his disappointment. Lin Ling was also looking at him. His eyes were calm, but there was a powerful pressure coming from him. Chapter 1650. Edited by Red Emperor Peerless. You didn't die in the Avalon of 5 elements. Suddenly Lin Ling said softly. Fwop. Everybody saw Emperor Peerless take a step back, as if he was afraid of something. It was just a simple question and Emperor Peerless reacted so strongly? Many strong cultivators' facial expressions changed drastically. After all, Emperor Peerless was made of the essence of the earth and his cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's. Why was he afraid of Lin Ling? I won't lose to you. Lin Ling, you're only strong because of your trump cards. I'm stronger than you in everything else. I'm the new Celestial Emperor of Champion University, and I'm made of the essence of the earth. Everybody in the human world knows how strong I am, shouted Emperor Peerless as if he were trying to cheer himself up. He was made of the essence of the earth and his future was limitless. He had never been defeated before. He was one of the proudest cultivators in Xianhuang Dayu. If Lin Ling hadn't been there, he would have been proud of himself. However, Lin Ling had stolen his bride and made him lose face. He had fought against Lin Ling and he had almost died. However, Lin Ling was still standing there calmly. He didn't say anything. One was calm and unmoved like a mountain, while the other was hysterical and angry. Everyone seemed to be able to see who was more afraid of the other. Fight! Shouted Emperor Peerless ferociously. His strength exploded. Die, Sand God Lion! Die! The sandstorm swept over and turned into a lion. Following his punch, it surged towards Lin Ling. The powerful Celestial Emperor could turn the sky and the earth upside down in the blink of an eye. Facing the earth-shattering sand source, Lin Ling didn't move. His cultivation realm was slightly weaker than Heavenly Emperor Wushuang's, but his physical talent and fire attribute talent were both stronger than his. In addition, his martial arts comprehension was also superior. Therefore, he really didn't need to fear anything. Boundless Fire Dragon King. The flames suddenly floated up. It was so crazy and domineering as it swept in front of Lin Ling, blocking the sandstorm. After those lions met the Fire Dragon King, they were all burned. Sha twist. Emperor Peerless' expression changed when his attack failed. His hands moved rapidly as he used his killer move. Sizzle. Endless sand drifted out and enveloped Lin Ling. It had the power to seal the world. The essence of the earth was indeed extremely powerful. Emperor Peerless' strength among the Silver Celestial Emperors, I'm afraid he can be ranked in the top. The most important thing is that he rose to power in such a short period of time. To have such strength at such a young age, his potential is indeed not bad. However, Lin Ling is also stronger than we imagined. Look at his battle, he's unperturbed and calm. The people all around were making noises. They were shocked by Emperor Peerless' strength, but they were even more shocked by Lin Ling. Break. Lin Ling let out a low shout. His face was still as calm as an ancient well. He took a step forward. It looked like a simple step, but it was extremely mysterious and profound. It caused the space to distort. The most terrifying thing was that the Fire Dragon King would mysteriously appear around him and engulf everything. That feeling was as if Lin Ling could control the origin of fire at any time. And it was as easy as pie. Amazing, he can flick the origin of fire. His martial arts comprehension is very deep. Some strong people said in admiration. Ordinary punches and palms carried the origin of fire. How could such a martial artist not be strong? Boom! What surprised everyone was that Lin Ling's origin of fire was not only powerful, but his comprehension of the void was also very powerful. When his fist hit empty air, the void exploded, and the shattered void separated all the sandstorm. What other skills do you have? When everyone heard this sentence, they suddenly understood that Lin Ling wanted to see what kind of powerful capital the unparalleled Heavenly Emperor had, so he let him take action. However, the truth was that Emperor Peerless was helpless against Lin Ling. Emperor Peerless was trembling all over. Only when he faced Lin Ling personally did he know how terrifying he was. He could be called an invincible existence. This also meant that Lin Ling wasn't just soul power that made him afraid. He could also crush him in other areas. In the distance, Princess Firecloud's face was also ugly. She didn't expect Lin Ling to become so strong. Compared to her, his strength wasn't much weaker. However, she quickly comforted herself. She had a heaven-class talent. As long as she strengthened her comprehension of martial arts, she could easily kill Lin Ling. What other skills do you have? At this moment on the ground, Lin Ling was invincible. Step by step, he walked towards Emperor Peerless. His eyes were very calm without any joy. It was as if in his heart, Emperor Peerless was as weak as a dog. Lin Ling. Emperor Peerless continued to roar. Fire Dragon King. Lin Ling's right hand slapped out, and the origin of fire was easily suppressed. Dang! Dang! Emperor Peerless retreated. He couldn't block it. Spatial storm. Lin Ling punched again. The void exploded and a spatial storm appeared, causing Emperor Peerless to retreat again. Crazy! The crowd gradually became numb. They even saw that Lin Ling's punch had destroyed Emperor Peerless' weapon. It was an Emperor-class Heavenly Soldier's halberd. What a strong physical body! Some people were shocked. Lin Ling was telling them that other than the Holy Sea, the physical body also had its own world. What other skills do you have? Lin Ling's voice continued to reverberate through the ground. Emperor Peerless was covered in wounds. His face was gloomy and he was spitting blood. He was in a sorry state. You think you've won after a sneak attack. You're pathetic. Also, you didn't die in the Avalon of 5 elements. You should have hidden and stopped provoking me. At that time, the grudge between us would have been blown away by the wind. It's a pity that you came looking for death. Lin Ling finally revealed a cold smile. He took a step and leaped high into the air. His fist was behind, and like a meteor, he smashed towards Emperor Peerless. The ancient god sovereign also appeared proudly at this moment. His bronze skin and tall body made him look like an indomitable giant. Wait, I admit defeat. On the ground, Emperor Peerless shouted anxiously. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his whole body was suppressed by a strong aura. He fell to the ground and spat out blood. How dare you? In the distance, many people from the E clan shouted coldly. Was Lin Ling going to kill Emperor Peerless in front of everyone? If you dare to kill him, it's equivalent to challenging the 3 Sure clans. An old man in a green robe shouted angrily. How embarrassing, how could the number 1 genius of the E clan be suppressed like this? Am I not challenging the 3 Sure clans right now? In the sky, a disdainful sentence floated over, causing the old man's face to stiffen. Indeed, when Lin Ling challenged Xianhuang Dayu alone, he had already challenged the 3 Sure clans. Hence, the old man's words were useless. Don't kill me! Emperor Peerless shouted crazily. He was formed from the essence of the earth and had a bright future ahead of him. He didn't want to die here. He suddenly realized that Lin Ling's words were correct. He didn't die in the Avalon of 5 elements, so he shouldn't provoke Lin Ling again. He shouldn't even think that he was lucky because Lin Ling wasn't someone he could provoke. Boom! Chapter 1651. Xinyuan Zhou's arrival dead. Many heavenly emperors narrowed their eyes. For the first time they felt that Linling was difficult to deal with. Currently he had already killed 3 heavenly emperors. Killing heavenly emperors was as easy as chopping vegetables and cutting melons. Most importantly, apart from Xiao Tianla, the other 2 had illustrious reputations. Therefore everyone was puzzled. What realm had Linling's strength reached? How long has it been? Linling went from being able to defeat Emperor Peerless by luck to being able to suppress him. Princess Huixia had seen the battle between the 2, but the result this time was too big. She could not understand, even if she was beaten to death, how could Linling's strength increase so quickly in such a short period of time? Could it be that Linling had obtained some kind of opportunity? Woo woo woo. While everyone was staring at Linling, the sound of a flute suddenly came from the front. A large number of figures stepped on the clouds and arrived majestically. The person in the lead was extremely handsome. He had a kind of feminine beauty. His body was thin, but he was extremely slender. In addition to his feminine aura, he was obviously a rare handsome man. At this moment, he was like a moon surrounded by stars, looking at everything in front of him with interest. Another expert has come. Many people exclaimed. Too many heavenly emperors had gathered in the demon area. The strongest giants of the human world seemed to have appeared here. Young Master Xianyuan, it's young Master Xianyuan. Yes. On the ground, Minister Yu stared at the sky with anticipation. Suddenly, he pointed at Linling and said, "He is the Linling you are looking for." Yes. The person who came was Xianyuan Zhuyu of the Xianyuan family. Many people in the demon area knew that he was looking for Linling because Linling seemed to know the whereabouts of Xianyuan Zhouxing. "You are Linling?" "Yes." In the sky, the feminine young master revealed an interested expression. His body moved and shot towards Linling from the sky. At the same time a miracle appeared. One side of the world turned into a blazing sun, and the other side turned into a bright moon. The sun and moon combined to form the power of 9 yin and 9 yang. Heavenly Emperor Zhouyu, 9th layer Saint, Earth Realm, 10th grade Earth Realm talent, Saint Martial Arts great success. The crowd was in an uproar. Among the silver rank Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor was ranked 3rd. He could be called a peerless figure. Most importantly, they saw that the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor also attacked Linling. Today, Linling seemed to have offended all the powerful Heavenly Emperors. That Minister Yu really has the life of a dog. At first, he flattered the Heavenly Lake Celestial Emperor, then he flattered Linling, and now he's flattering the 9 Moon Celestial Emperor like a fence-sitter. However, someone stared at Minister Yu with disdain in his eyes. "Haha, Linling, do you know where Xianyuan Zhouxing is? Let me tell you, you better tell me obediently. I will put in a good word for you in front of the 9 Moon Celestial the Arch and spare your life." At this moment, Minister Yu did not pay attention to the words around him. He was in high spirits, as if he had reversed the universe and dominated everything. The change in his face was even more disgusting. One must know that Linling could have killed him before, but because they were both disciples of the 7 emperors, he had spared him. It was fine if he was not grateful, but now he felt that he was the master. Linling glanced at Minister Yu and did not speak. That calm look made Minister Yu laugh, thinking that Linling was afraid. However, in his heart Linling could kill Emperor Peerless. No matter how monstrous he was not a match for the 9 Moon Celestial Emperor, because the 9 Moon Celestial Emperor was several times stronger than Linling in terms of talent, realm, and martial arts. Among the crowd, Dugu Konglei was the most clear about the 9 Moon Celestial Emperor's strength because he had fought with the latter before. If he did not say that the last person to see Xianyuan Zhouxing was Linling, he would not have been able to escape this calamity. 9 Yang Flute. Dugu Konglei muttered to himself, knowing that the weapon in the 9 Moon Celestial Emperor's hand was a semi-divine weapon. Then he looked at Linling and shook his head. He did not think that Linling was a match for the 9 Moon Celestial Emperor, because Linling was weaker than him. Even he was not a match for the 9 Moon Celestial Emperor, so it was even more impossible for Linling. Where is my big brother? In the sky, the 9 Yang Divine Miracle still shocked everyone. That was the 9 Yang Divine Body. But what surprised everyone was that the 9 Moon Celestial Emperor's attack suddenly changed direction, and shot towards the 9 spirits of heaven. You bastard of a family, you are actually here. A flute, burning the sun and moon, with extreme yin rain and extreme yang qi, shot towards the 9 spirits of heaven. No one could react in time to his move. Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he dashed toward Xinyuan Johan without hesitation to lend him a hand. However, just as he was about to approach the 9 spirits of heaven, the flute changed direction and shot towards Lin Ling. Wherever it passed, colorful clouds, the sun, moon and stars also appeared. Do you think I want to kill the 9 spirits of heaven? Ignorant. The 9 spirits of heaven are not qualified to make me use my true strength. My goal is you. When the crowd heard the 9 Moon Celestial Emperor's words, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They had heard that the 9 Moon Celestial Emperor was neither yin nor yang, and his temperament was the most unpredictable. He clearly wanted to attack Lin Ling, but he used a diversion tactic. He was so strong, yet he still used schemes. He was clearly an extremely difficult opponent. Even Lin Ling was extremely surprised. He was too close to the 9 Moon Celestial Emperor, so everyone could see that his situation was extremely troublesome. You want to touch my big brother? Dream on. At this moment, the 9 spirits of heaven on the ground stepped out. His figure flickered, and he actually blocked in front of Lin Ling, causing everyone's expression to change. The 9 spirits of heaven was very close to the 9 Moon Celestial Emperor before, so it was not strange for him to appear in front of Lin Ling. What was surprising was that he actually fearlessly blocked that attack for Lin Ling. This brotherly love is enviable. Lin Ling has a good brother. Many people's eyes flickered. In this ruthless world, even blood brothers would turn against each other, let alone verbal brothers. For the 9 spirits of heaven to block an attack for Lin Ling. This also showed Lin Ling's courage. Then many people shook their heads, feeling that the 9 spirits of heaven was going to fall there. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the 9 spirits of heaven to be so loyal. The 9 spirits of heaven did not know that he did not have to do this, because the 9 Moon Celestial Emperor might not be able to hurt him. Boom! The distance was too close. The tyrannical force attacked the 9 spirits of heaven's back, causing his bones to crack and he to spit out a mouthful of blood. On the ground, Little Flame anxiously shouted. His eyes read, 9 spirits of heaven. However, at this moment Lin Ling's right hand quickly reached out, grabbed the 9 spirits of heaven's clothes, and suddenly pulled behind him. The strength of the force was like the claw of a demon beast, allowing the 9 spirits of heaven to avoid the 9 Moon Celestial Emperor's attack. The 9 Moon Celestial Emperor sneered. The flute in his hand made an ear-piercing sound, and he gave up on the 9 spirits of heaven. After pulling it back, he shot it at Lin Ling. He grabbed the flute's tail with one hand and fiercely stabbed it out. The void immediately collapsed, and the whistling sound was like thunder. Chapter 1652. Expert Stopas for Lin Ling. The situation was getting more and more troublesome because he had to save the 9 spirits of heaven and face the tyrannical attack of the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. How could he be happy? This move is sinister enough. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor is facing someone who is so much weaker than him, and still plays such a sinister method. This is Xinyuan 9 Moons. Unfortunately, even if Lin Ling met force with force, he was not a match for the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, let alone in a bad situation. You don't understand. What do you know? In my opinion, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor can calculate a perfect battle plan in a short period of time. This is what we need to learn. The people in the distance had their own opinions, but they all knew that Lin Ling could not escape this calamity and would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. Good, good, good. Princess Firecloud's face was full of resentment and anger, causing it to be extremely ferocious. Spatial storm. At this moment, Lin Ling knew that he had met a powerful Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, so he used his physical strength to the limit. The ancient God Emperor descended once again, his right hand still holding the 9 spirits of heaven, while his left hand punched out fiercely. In his body, those small worlds all exploded, rumbling like thunder. Without a sword, Lin Ling was not used to exploding with his peak attack in a flash, but the situation did not allow him to think too much. Chi! Chi! His left hand suddenly erupted with flames, and a fire dragon king roared. Even on his arm, scales were faintly discernible. What? The combination of physical strength and Saint Rune martial arts? The pupils of a powerful martial artist changed. Lin Ling's Saint Rune martial arts were too powerful. He could use it with a flip of his hand, although because of the short time, the degree of use was only close to the large success stage, but with the addition of physical strength, this punch could be said to be a peak punch. Boom! Under the gazes of everyone, the 9-9 yang flute and the fist collided. The void was like a wave, rolling in all directions. Amazing to be able to react in such a situation and condense the strongest attack. This Lin Ling is definitely a top-notch strength among silver, heavenly emperor powerhouses. Most importantly, he's only a 6th-stage saint, a newly risen celestial emperor, while the 9-moon celestial emperor is a 9th-stage saint. The hearts of the crowd trembled fiercely. Although this terrifying confrontation was short, it was extremely exciting. It could even be considered a textbook in the battle between heavenly emperor-level powerhouses. How did he react so quickly? Princess Firecloud's ferocious face stiffened. She was boiling with anger. Every time she thought that Lin Ling would die, Lin Ling would always be able to escape. It was as if he had given her a ruthless slap in the face. I've heard that when a person is nearing death, they can erupt with their maximum potential. Today you've shown me that. At this moment, the 9 moons heavenly the arch maintained his attacking stance. His pupils were cold and different. One was like the sun and the other was like the moon. Thanks for the compliment. On the other side, Lin Ling was still attacking with his fists. Flames were burning as he fought against the semi-divine weapon. He sensed a terrible origin power coming, but this power could not hurt him. No need, because every one of my praises has gone to hell. The 9 moons heavenly Thearcha's feminine face smiled. His pupils revealed killing intent as an even greater power swept out. I've heard such words many times. I hope you can do it. Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence. The ancient god emperor roared towards the sky. Edge, this is a collision of edges. This Lin Ling has unknowingly caught up to the 9 moons heavenly the arch. Looking at the two in the sky, many people's mouths were dry and they forgot to breathe. They had never thought that Lin Ling would not die at the hands of the 9 moons heavenly the arch and could even fight back. One had to know that the 9 moons heavenly the arch was a descendant of a god. There were very few in the same realm who could do this. Lin Ling was the only one. Alright, the human realm's highest deacon palace is watching this place. The two of you should restrain yourselves. At this moment, an ancient voice suddenly sounded. An old man in a loose robe appeared between the two. He looked indifferently at Lin Ling. You better stop. You've gained an advantage, so you should be obedient. This person was clearly from the ancient rhyme immortal platform, so the moment he appeared, he reprimanded Lin Ling. However, because he was apprehensive about the earthly paradise above him, he still stopped the two from fighting. Pa! He held the flute of the 9 moons heavenly the arch with one hand, and a tyrannical force forced the flute to retreat. Xiaozhou, you want to make a move? This is not the right time. You don't need to go against the orders of the human realm's highest deacon palace for an ant. The old man spoke politely to the 9 moons heavenly the arch. Then, he grabbed Lin Ling's wrist with his right hand. You two. Remember, don't be too arrogant. Otherwise, you won't know how you died. The powerful force immediately surged over, causing Lin Ling's expression to change slightly. A thought arose in his mind. This person, a diamond-level heavenly the arch, was definitely at the level of Wu Shang. However, while he was shocked, the old man was even more shocked. It could be said that he was shocked like thunder. Previously, he thought that because Lin Ling was from the human realm's highest deacon palace, he would not die here today. He also wanted to stop the 9 moons heavenly the arch from attacking Lin Ling. However, when he stopped him, he realized that the wrist in his hand was like a dragon that could never be grasped. Compared to the 9 moons heavenly Thearcha's semi-divine weapon, it was actually stronger. In that case, could it be that the person he saved was not Lin Ling, but the 9 moons heavenly the arch? Because if the battle continued, the 9 moons heavenly the arch would definitely lose. Swoosh swoosh. While he was still in shock, Lin Ling and the 9 moons heavenly the arch had already separated, and then they floated down to the ground. Lin Ling is lucky. If the battle continued, he would definitely die. Yes. His peak attack was only barely able to block the 9 moons heavenly the arch. However, just as the 9 moons heavenly the arch was about to unleash his full strength, that old man appeared. He dared to provoke the Xianyuan family. He's just a piece of trash. The people in the distance did not know these small details. Some were dissatisfied and some were still excited. The battle before was wonderful. It was undeniable that Lin Ling had become famous today. In the heavenly Thearcha's world, he had become an existence that could not be underestimated. So its brother Immortal Ancient. At this moment another voice drifted out. A large number of people walked in the sky. Many people looked carefully and found that they were the experts of the 7 Emperors world. Although these people were also titled Heavenly Thearchs, they were clearly at the top of the pyramid of the Heavenly Thearchs. They were diamond-level experts. Brother Zongheng, you guys came late. And Spacetime Heavenly the Arch, I didn't expect you to receive orders to come here. The Immortal Ancient Heavenly the Arch suddenly laughed. He had taken action before because he knew that even if he did not take action, the people of the 7 Emperors world would take action. Therefore, he did not want the Yungu Immortal stage to have the ugly reputation of bullying the weak. Therefore he took action. Chapter 1653. Those 2 people couldn't be offended. The demon region's enchantment is imminent. How could we be careless? In the sky, the people of the 7 Emperors world walked down. The unhindered Sky Emperor smiled and looked at Lin Ling, his heart trembling violently. He had heard the news and immediately rushed over. He was worried about Lin Ling's safety. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be alright? Tiandi was facing Yungu Celestial Pedestal in Champion University. Since the last time they had met, that little boy had become much stronger. Not bad, you didn't lose face for the 7 Emperors world, said Tiandi nodding. He looked excited. The crowd in the distance sighed softly. Now that the people from the 7 Emperors world had arrived, no one would be able to touch Lin Ling anymore. Lin Ling, are you alright? Asked Tiandi. The voice of the White Cloud Celestial Emperor came from the group below the 7 Emperors sky. I'm alright, said Tiandi. Said Lin Ling smiling. When he saw the 7 Emperors world's people, he felt relieved. Then he looked at the 9 spirits of heaven and shook his head. You idiot, you were so reckless before. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you would have died, said Tiandi. At that moment, the 9 spirits of heaven were sitting cross-legged and recovering. They smiled and said, Brother, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for you, said Tiandi. Lin Ling was stupefied. His heart was pounding. He was extremely touched. Brother, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for you. Because of that promise, I'm willing to sacrifice my life for yours. Haha, from now on the 9 spirits of heaven are also my brothers, said Xiaoyan. Little Flame also ran over and said excitedly. Although Xianyuan Johan did not help much, the brotherhood between them can be seen by the sun and the moon. I've been treating you like my little brother for a long time. And Lin Ling is my big brother, said the 9 spirits of heaven smiling. Bullshit. I'm the second brother, you're the third brother. Little Flame laughed heartily and punched the 9 spirits of heaven in the chest, causing her to suck in a cold breath. I'm seriously injured. I don't even know how many bones are broken, and you're still punching me? The 3 brothers immediately laughed out loud. Bayun Tiandi also walked over and joined them. The 4 of them had gone through life and death situations together. Now that they had such a relationship, they were the envy of others. The conversation between the 4 of them could be said to be unbridled, which undoubtedly caused the 9 moons Celestial Thearcha's expression to turn ugly. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many powerhouses present, he really would have killed Lin Ling and the others. At the same time, more and more Heavenly Emperor powerhouses arrived. They were all diamond level. Clearly, they were the leaders of the operation this time, representing the world's 3 great legends. Those powerhouses were talking. Although they were afraid of each other in their hearts, they were still extremely polite on the surface. This was because above their heads were the highest deacon palaces of the mortal world, so no one dared to act recklessly. What they were talking about was the next matter of the Demon Domain enchantment seal. Lin Ling didn't have time to care about those things. His gaze wandered. First it landed on Minister Yu, then he walked over step by step. At this moment Minister Yu was like an ant. There were too many powerhouses. He only had the status of a disciple, and didn't have the qualifications to speak. However, when he sensed Linling walking over, his expression changed drastically. With a plop, he knelt down and kowtowed continuously. Senior brother Linling is indeed worthy of his divine might. Previously, you had greatly raised the prestige of our 7 emperors' heavens. His words were heard by many people. The crowd immediately revealed looks of disdain. This Minister Yu was really despicable. Previously, he thought that Linling would definitely die, so how arrogant was he? However, seeing that he had failed, he once again kowtowed to Linling. What was the use of such a person if he didn't die? Linling stood in front of Minister Yu and smiled slightly. The dignified first king of the West Mountain is as despicable as a dog. You really disappoint me. In the past, the two of them had met under the 7 emperors' heavens. At that time Minister Yu was still a little arrogant. However, now he was really as despicable as a dog. He senior brother is right. Minister Yu immediately smiled apologetically. At the same time, he glanced at the experts of the unhindered Sky Emperor, and knew that they would not help him. Because compared to Linling's potential, unless they were idiots, if they really wanted to be sacrificed, it would naturally be him. Didn't you have a trump card in your hand before? Now what trump card do you have? Linling smiled again. Minister Yu was so embarrassed that he could not say anything. He could only smile apologetically. Junior brother was joking with you just now. Senior brother is a magnanimous person. Please don't take it to heart. After saying that, he kowtowed heavily again. Bai Yuntiandi and the others snorted coldly and were extremely disdainful. Alright, I hate bullying the weak the most. I will give you a chance. As long as you scold me, I will spare you. Linling said indifferently. Junior brother will definitely do as you say. Senior brother, please tell me who you want me to scold. Minister Yu patted his chest and said bitterly. In the past, he and Linling were of the same generation. Today when he saw Linling, it was as if he saw his master. He could only bow respectfully. Him. Linling pointed at the distant feminine prince and said with a smile, scold him for being inferior to a dog or a pig, and I will spare your life. Minister Yu followed Linling's finger and looked over. He immediately sucked in a cold breath of air. The one Linling pointed at was precisely the 9 Moons' heavenly emperor. Haha, this move is vicious enough. Many people watched the liveliness and said. Before, Minister Yu was flattering the 9 Moons' heavenly emperor. Now Linling was forcing him to scold the 9 Moons' heavenly emperor. Then let's see what Minister Yu's choice was. This senior brother, this is not good, right? Minister Yu's face paled. If he scolded the 9 Moons' heavenly emperor, would he still be alive? Your distinguished self right now, the 3 great legends of the human world are working together to seal the Devil Region barrier. Please do not do anything that will affect our unity. At this time that immortal ancient heavenly emperor said coldly. This Linling was too arrogant. Haha, immortal ancient old brother, you have also cultivated for 300 years while he is only 20-something years old. By interfering with the matters of these juniors, this is affecting our unity. Let the matters of the younger generation be solved by them. As soon as immortal ancient heavenly emperor's words fell, the unhindered heavenly emperor spoke in place of Linling. Immortal ancient heavenly emperor immediately became silent. He sensed a message, which was that Linling was greatly valued by the 7 emperors' heavens. The other experts also did not speak. First, Linling had someone behind him supporting him. Second, this was indeed a matter of the younger generation. If they interfered, then it would be a bit unsightly. What is this? Minister Yu was looking forward to those experts stopping Linling's arrogance, but in the end, none of them said anything. Junior brother Yu, you don't dare to scold me? You have to know that I am your senior brother. If you make me unhappy, I will slap you to death on the spot. Linling's voice became colder and colder. Minister Yu opened his mouth wide, hurriedly looking towards the 9 Moons' heavenly emperor, only to hear the 9 Moons' heavenly emperor coldly say, try scolding me. Threat. Thick threat. On the left was Linling, and on the right was the 9 Moons' heavenly emperor. Both of them were masters that could not be provoked. It was difficult to choose. Minister Yu was extremely regretful. He should not have held the thought of getting lucky and provoking Lin Ling. I will give you 3 breaths of time to consider. At this time, Lin Ling spoke again. If you want to die, then scold me. On the other side, the 9 Moons' heavenly emperor seemed to want to continue fighting with Lin Ling. They opposed each other with equal harshness. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.